Top of the morning, traders, and happy Wednesday, April 1st, and welcome to the most value packed live trading show where we live trade, breakdown charts, cover high impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Today is the beginning of a new month and a new quarter, so make sure you have your levels marked out. We will discuss the levels in just a bit here. Let the market open up. We're primed to gap up. We did have two red folder catalysts in pre-market. We do have another red folder catalyst at 10 o'clock. We have crude oil inventories at 10:30. We did have a couple of breaking news items in the pre-market that pertain to the ceasefire. So a lot of activity in the pre-market. So best thing to do here, guys, is let the market digest the data before you take any trades. What happened yesterday stays in yesterday. What happens today stays in today. Let's open things up and take advantage of the best opportunities. Good morning, everyone on YouTube. Make sure to smash the like button. 100 likes is the protocol. Let's try to get 100 likes before 10:30. If you're interested in joining us for our pre-market prep stream, access all the resources in our community. All right, the link is pinned up top. Use the code TRIAL30. Okay. We already dived into the game plan. Now it's a matter of following the game plan and calling audibles depending on how things play out. All right. So first things first, team. We're paying attention to that key zone, how we interact with it. A nice little gap up to open things up. This is not an ordinary gap. This is not an ordinary gap. This is a monthly gap. Monthly gap, quarterly gap. Okay. Monthly gap, quarterly gap. Maybe before or after. Good, depending on what you see. Matthew, good morning. Okay, right out the gate, the Dow's leading the way. The Dow wants to go to PMH. So it looks like IW might be the foreshadow. Might foreshadow that move there, right? How we interacted. Now we're coming into the jaws of the March 26, 50% retrace, right? The March 26, 50% retrace, the gap. Okay, we do have a gap today as well. So for us to get into this daily upside breaker, that means we need to possibly fall into the jaws of the gap for that retest. All right. Qs are going south. Qs look like they want to go to PML. PML on the Q 679.56. PML on SPY 652. Whole number. IWM did come into that PML on that 248. 248.93 starting to bounce. Okay, so let the market settle here. VIX is sitting right at that 25. Crude is sitting right above that 100. Crude is sitting right above the 100. Daily open for today 653.88. Look how quickly things change. On the weekly, we are directional. On the weekly, we're up 13 points. On the weekly, we are up 13 points from that daily open. So very important for us to understand that. 655 awaits us right here. So we're right smack dab in the middle of March 26th gap. So the interesting thing is, guys, we got into August within 2 days. Okay, within the span of this week, let's just say 3 days. Okay, let's include today. Within 3 trading days, we went from August's range back to March's range. We filled August's gap, and now we're going back to March's a gap from this month or last month, March. Now it's a new month. Okay. That just goes to show you how much movement we're getting. 655 coming up next. We're starting to see the Qs push here. Okay, we're starting to get that synchronized buying. Looks like everything is above VWAP. See if the Qs can hold VWAP. So first to lead in this case, guys, is small caps. Small caps and the Dow are the first to lead. Small caps and the Dow are the first to lead. Okay. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Nico. Does the $5 fee extended stream pre-market info? Is there Discord? So the refill my coffee plan on YouTube is to support the channel. The Discord is $50 a month. Use the code trial30. You can get it for about 40 bucks a month. Okay, so that's a different plan. Good morning, Trevor. Good morning, Mimi. Good morning, guys. We already have 125 people jumping in the chat. So again, guys, as you're coming in, do me a favor, smash the like button. Good morning, 60. Good morning, Santos Turbo, Elian. So after 10 o'clock, okay. Good morning, SMC Queen, Smart Money Concepts, JCP. That's what I'm assuming it's for. Good morning. So VIX going south. Everything going north. 15 minutes looks strong. IWM came with that 248.93. Nice little bounce. Okay. 15 minutes. That 15-minute candle looking strong. We're above 50% retrace, so that gives us a nice little zone intraday. 50% retrace daily open of the gap. That's our first key zone. Okay, that's our first key zone. If we get into 650, 650, 634, we officially fill March 26th gap. We officially fill March 26th gap. We officially fill March 26th gap. So first few minutes, orb army, 5-minute orb army on the clock. If you trade the 5-minute orb, okay, you mark up the range. First 5 minutes. If you don't trade the 5-minute orb, okay, now's the time to add it to your playbook. Okay, you want to do some back test, build an entry model before you do so. Some forward testing as well. Okay, so this is for the people who trade the 5-minute orb. We do have people that do trade it. So pay attention to that. Shockwave 15 time is not here, guys. So I'll wait for Shockwave 15. That's always going to be there for us. Okay. So it's the first day of the month. First day of the quarter. First day of the quarter. Notice how they pumped that thing up on the last day. On the last day. Trading after 10, I'm looking for the indicator. Preferably to the downside. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, so far, no interaction with that PML. Looks like we want to fill that gap. VIX is below that 25. Crude is below 100. All right, crude is below 100. VIX below 25. So the environmental conditions are being satisfied. We're starting to see IW continue to push. IW continue to push. We have that 655. So you can hold above that 655 into that 5-minute orb break. Okay, and that leads us to the gap fill. Okay, I've been holding off. I've been kind of been patient the past couple of weeks, waiting until the Shockwave hour, if you noticed. Right before that, in February, it was taking trades as soon as they came in. All right, we were finding success, but the conditions change, right? So the conditions change a little bit. So it's like you got to just be a little more picky. When it gets a little more volatile, you got to be a little more picky. You have to go with your go-to. All right, your go-to plays. Fourth quarter. Okay, if you need a bucket, what's your go-to play? You're not going to just run a random play. Did you guys see how Duke lost? All right, I'm not a Duke fan, but that loss was tragic. If you're a Duke fan, that was a tragic loss. All right, crumbled under pressure. Okay, so no, none of the indexes have hit that PMH or PML. Let's take a look at our neighbors here. Dow, okay. SNDK, okay, it looks like semis are running. SNDK is above that PMH, 664.03. MU is running as well. If you're trading SNDK, keep a close eye on those contracts. Very pricey, very spready. So keep that in mind. MU is starting to run here. MU is above that PMH, 352.47. 352.47 on MU. Nice little key zone here on MU. If you do want to keep a close eye on MU, keep a close eye on this key zone between 352.50 and that 350. So about a $2.50 zone on MU as it continues to push. MU is a mover. Okay, MU is a mover if it wants to move. Okay, Hood still in that range there. AMD starting to push, so semis leading the way. AMD 50% retrace as well, 50% retrace of that weekly along with that PMH. Okay, 208.88, 209.52 if it has that continued strength. A retest for that on AMD. So semis are looking like they want to lead the way. Palantir below that PML. See if it continues to go. Broadcom is not there yet. Broadcom's kind of been doing its own thing. I'll put an alert on that PMH. Okay. See if the semis want to join the party. Okay, see what the semi party. 5-minute orb. Target is 658.34 if you take that. TSM, out of here. Google, out of here. NVIDIA, brewing. So the ones that already broke, what you're looking for in this case is a retest. Okay, a revisitation. Okay, come back and visit it and see how it feels about it. Come back and revisit it, see how it feels about it. Okay, we're starting to see crude fall back below 100. It's below 100. VIX is below that 25. I want to see how we interact with this key zone here. This key zone interaction will be critical between that 655 and that 650 psychological level. We do have a catalyst coming up at 10 o'clock. What else is moving? So NVIDIA not yet. Meta's above that PMH. 580, 580.68. That's a mover as well. Retest the VWAP in that PMH. Amazon coming to PMH 211.19. JPM above PMH. So usual suspects are going. Usual suspects are going. Yeah, so it's designed to work on futures as well. But you have to trade futures same time you're trading it between 9:45 and your desired time, 11:30 stop or 12 o'clock. Okay, so you can use it on futures as well. Monitoring this interaction with that key zone as we start pulling back here. Does VWAP coincide with that key zone? Let's take a look. Almost. VIX is starting to wake up slightly. Let's take a look at SPY. Let's take a look at the IV. Okay, IV's not bad, 27%. If we can wick out of here, that'd be great. If we just slice right through a full candle close, I'll just let it drop. If we get back above 655.42, I'll be interested in the reclaim. I'm looking at the 657s. Keep in mind, we do have a catalyst coming up at 10 o'clock. Keep that in mind. So I want to see a nice push back the upside. Nice push back up. 655.42 reclaim. See if buyers are there. Do they want to protect 655? We shall see. VWAP. We're coming into VWAP as well. Close to VWAP. If we can get a hammer in that territory, that'd be good. That 15-minute candle still has a little bit of strength left in it. The one that's really starting to fade is the Dow. Dow's starting to fade there. Qs have some strength in it. Topping wick. IW has strength in it. SPY has a little bit of strength, some strength in it as well. Just a topping wick. But what's dragging us lower here, guys, is the Dow. So now let's see if we can get a 2 down, 2 up. Get back above 655.42. Risk would be 655. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm in the calls for first trade of the day. Did he get the best fill? Okay, down 8, down 9. If we close below 655, I have to close out. Okay, I'm going to close out right there. Horrible fill. Horrible fill. Stopped out at 25%. All right, so that candle was nasty. So stopped out at 25%. Right here. I couldn't even get out. I couldn't even get out. So first trade stopped out immediately. So now we'll look for the next one. Didn't even last a second. And now VIX is starting to pick up some speed. VIX is starting to pick up some speed. Okay, we're starting to pick up some speed here. Less than 10 seconds. So as soon as I got in, it just flipped right away. And now it's starting to go to the south, to the downside. Now ISM coming up at 9:45. And you notice how as soon as I start to go like that, I have to close it. All right, I have to close it right away. My nightmare scenario we talked about a week or two ago. Smart action. Made 5K on puts. Beautiful job, Patel. Okay, so we're on the other side of that push. On the other side of that range. So in the case where I just said, hey, you know what? Let me not close it out. It's going to drag me. So if I'm down 25% here, all right, more than likely this is 40, 50%. Okay, so at some point, I have to just part ways with it. And everything's starting to sell off. All those 15s are starting to curl back to downside. All the 15s are starting to curl back to downside. And now look at this, guys. Now VIX is back above, back above 25. Back above 25. Crude is trying to get above 100. Okay. Shockwave hour is coming up, so I'll be there for it. I'll be there for Shockwave hour. So no respect for this key zone as well. See if we see some buyers push back in. Get back in. Let me take this off here. So really and truly, what I was really depending on is that 655 hold. Okay, Shockwave hour is here. All right. Shockwave hour is here. Trigger 653.35 to the downside, 656.05 to the upside. Okay, that's what we got so far. Let me take this off so you can see. Shockwave across all the indexes are going to be available. All right, so we'll see which one goes first. SPY goes first. I'm looking at what's our target here. Target is all the way at that 651, 652. Retrace reject off this key zone. If VIX stays above 28, continues to push. VIX stays above 28, continues to push. And crude gets above 100. That downside push can come into play into that gap, into the jaws of the gap. In that case, I'll be looking at the 652s. 652s. So which one wants to trigger first? Look at that 15-minute candle. Nasty topping wick. Are you still in it, doctor? Beautiful job, Patel. You got the puts on that breakdown. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Once that 655 can hold, the floodgates opened up. Floodgates opened up. Okay, the first one to trigger is the Dow. Dow's below those lows. Okay, Dow. Let's see what how the Dow interacts. How the Dow interacts with that level. See if that continue push. I like how the VIX is showing strength. We're below the VWAPs. So you can come back into the zone one more time to get a little bit of a better entry, cheaper entry, because this is a momentum breakdown. Okay, I like how which way the VIX is going. VIX is showing that strength. Anyone else in the puts? If you took the puts, a couple of our team members are in the puts. I took the puts. You're doing well. Keep in mind, we have 10 o'clock coming up. Shockwave time. Trigger is 653.35. Let's see if you get a nice and decisive pushback below it. In the meantime, we want to see the VIX continue that strength. We have a slight bear edge. Okay, we're starting to get that breakdown. What the indicator is doing now is trying to see if you get that confirmed close. As long as the VIX continues to go north, that's going to be great. VIX goes north, that'll be great. Okay, we got that signal on SPY for the puts. See if that can stay. Remain intact. If it can remain intact, candle close. Candle close entry. That's probably the best confirmation. Best confirmation by far. Okay, let's see I want to see how that candle closes out. When it's fully confirmed, we'll give you the risk reward box. Okay, see if you can hold, see if you can print. If you can, that'd be great. Okay, I'll take it right there. Some in the puts there. So puts risk is up here. NC's up here. I'm in the puts here on SPY. In the meantime, I want to see the Qs. I want to see the VIX continue to go up. I want to see the VIX continue to push. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Know where your risk is. We do have 10 o'clock coming up. So for me, no close above here. No close above here. Okay, no close above here. I want to see that complete breakdown take place. TP where you need to. If you did take that, average fill 166. There we go. Bar is trying to step up here off of those lows. Okay, stop out is up there. So see if you get a scale out or a stop out. Scale out, stop out, TP. The closer we get to 10 o'clock, this thing needs to start going. It looks very, very erratic. Those candles here. Okay. I want some wicks. I want some wicks there. If we get some wicks, that'd be great. In the meantime, I want the VIX to continue to go north. Okay, VIX northbound, get back above 25.30. That'd be great. If it starts to fade slightly, down 8. That would probably be about a 10 to 15% stop in this area. 10 to 15% stop. Down 13. About to get stopped there. Okay. I'm out there. All right. Stopped out here. 18%. So again, this stop out took place and this stop out took place as well. So 2 trades are in first, 2 stop outs. And VIX going back south. So it looks like what they're doing is they're going to the extremes and going back the other way. Okay, so I'll wait until after 10 o'clock. If it comes back into play, I can re-engage. But stop out, I'll move to the side. And you can see they're kind of, it looks like they want to pick this thing back up. It looks very weak at the top as well. $10 o'clock coming up, 9 minutes. So 2 trades so far, 2 stop outs. First trade, just wanted to see if I can get a nice little hold above that 655. And within seconds, couldn't get that hold. Right, the only way you'd still be in the setup, okay, is if your risk is more aggressive. But if you have a more aggressive risk, your TP has to be this big. And that's the only way you can still be in the setup. So if your risk is here, so like in this case, but your TP can't be here. Your TP has to be all the way down there. If it's conservative, but you have to make that declaration beforehand, then stopped out like I was stopped out. Okay, look at that. So good stop out. VIX headed back south. They're doing a little bit of a shake and bake here. So they pump this thing, dump this thing, trying to pump this thing back up above that daily open. So I'll wait until after 10 o'clock, let it kind of settle itself down. Okay. J&J outperforming SPY. Okay, after. Okay. How are we doing so far, guys, on YouTube? Trump speaking, or is that a rumor? Yeah, he's speaking at 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Eastern. Stopped out. Okay. Respect your stops, guys. Respect your stops. It is frustrating to get stopped out, but it comes with the territory. It comes with the territory. $10 coming up. 10 coming up. So do we go into these lows at 10 o'clock or do we go back to those highs? $1 million question. At 10 o'clock, we have a catalyst. We have ISM, red folder catalyst, ISM PMI, and ISM manufacturing prices. So manufacturing PMI and prices. And then, of course, 10:30, we have crude oil inventories. So call stopped out, puts stopped out. The only way to be in this, if it's defined for you, is to get that aggressive risk. So to give you some perspective, that aggressive risk is upwards of 35 to 40%. Okay. 35 to 40%. How we doing, strikers? So okay, I saw your message. You said some people have. Yeah, what happens is when you join the Google Meets meeting, again, it's completely up to you. When you join the Google Meets meeting, what it does is it automatically puts the camera on. All right, so if you don't want the camera on, if you do, that's up to you. But if you want the camera off, before you join the meeting, there's a button beside the mic that has a camera. I don't know why Google does that. All right, it catches a lot of people off guard. Okay, so 2 trades so far, 2 stops. Look for the next opportunity on the other side of 10 o'clock. Right, in this case, did see a little bit of green. I mean, nothing sufficient enough to lock in profit. Okay. So it looks like, okay, 60%, no continuation. Yeah, right there. 1 trade, 1 stop out. Good. Spiral close, 60 to 1 downside. And then womp to the downside instantly. Yeah, this one happens sometimes. It's like, you guys remember the candle yesterday? It's like if you're on the other side, if you're caught on the other side. Not to the same extent, but that one was just egregious. Someone's pain is another person's pleasure. All right, so as this drops, all right, there's probably someone in it who's anticipating that. And on the other side, there's probably a buyer who's tasked with cutting the trade or adding to the trade or holding the trade. All right, I'm in the camp where I'm going to cut every time. Okay, if I'm wrong, I'll move along. So we got these series of these lows. We got this high up here. So again, really interested to see what does take place. I want to see how that forms. Do we get equal highs up here? Do we get higher highs? Or is this the high and this high leads to a lower low? If it does, then we get back to the jaws of that gap. This next 2 minutes will be telling. Before we get into the ISM data here, everything so far is basically Qs are at VWAP, SPYs just below VWAP, 5-minute test. The Dow is just below VWAP. The only thing above is IW. IW, interestingly enough, is still within that range. Let's see some of the names that are moving. Here, we know semis were moving here earlier. SNDK continues to go. MU pulled back, came into that zone. You see MU pulled back, came into that zone. Caught a bid, bounced. Okay. Robinhood trying to get that sweep. See if you get that retrace reject or reclaim there on Robinhood. AMD came into that zone, fell below it, trying to get that reclaim. What else? Tesla. Tesla's right at the pre-market low. Tesla signal did come in on Tesla. On the verge of getting stopped on Tesla. Best case scenario, get that flag on Tesla. That'd be great. Back to downside. Palantir is starting to rock and roll. Let's go back to our trusty spot. Okay, 10 seconds. 10, 9. Do we pop or do we drop? Pop or drop? Put in the chat. 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Or is it just a lackluster reaction? Nothing happens. All right. Red folder catalyst is here. VIX is hugging at 25. Okay, let's see. Do we get this nice little flag break into a lower low? If this is the higher low, right, more than likely there's a lower low incoming. It's going to pertain to that, clean up the chart a little bit. It's going to pertain to this. It's going to pertain to these lows down here and this trend line here. Okay, ISM data just did come in. ISM data, let's read that off. ISM. Manufacturing, okay, pending. Okay, it takes a little bit of time. If it starts to go, I don't mind re-engaging, okay? I don't mind re-engaging. We need to at least get below daily open, flip the daily candles here. That'd be great. ISM manufacturing PMI still pending. I don't know why it's pending. Ideally, separation away from 25. We've kind of been hugging at 25 on the VIX. Okay, so what happens is when VIX hugs a level, more than likely we hug a level as well. In this case, the level that we're gravitating towards is that daily open and that G50. So we're in the middle of March 26th gap. Okay, we're in the middle of March 26th gap. So we're going through the process of price discovery in this territory here. If we get into 656.34, we will fill March 26th gap. We will fill March 26th gap. We can see the confidence 50%, so it could go either way. Moderate bear control, score 4 out of 8. So it gives you a ranking on the bias. Next, I want to get back at this key zone. Crude is sitting below 100. Okay. For this thing to pump, we need to stay below 100 and start seeking those lows. All right, get into the 98s, 97s, and VIX start going towards that 24.50, 24. That will open up the door. So we still haven't had that interaction with that zone that we highlighted this morning, daily upside breaker. So that's not come into play yet. If you're waiting for that, continue to wait. If you are waiting for that, continue to wait. Okay. If we go to the game plan chart here, guys, we're getting sticky in this zone. All right, that test, this 682.44, 682.97, when it's yellow, it means it's up for grabs. It's a test zone. Okay, very, very sticky here. If we can reclaim that key zone, everything is green. Everything is on the up and up. We can see a nice little push. Everything is back above VWAP. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. Pop, drop, PMI. Thank you for the number. Echo. Drop employment 48.7 versus 48 prior. Would be lovely if we could get to that 550 MA to cross on the hourly. Yeah, that would be nice. That would take some time. Add a tight TP. I could get away with more, but I was stay disciplined. Good. If you're able to extract anything out of the current moves between the open and now the first 30 minutes, right? Tremendous job. I did take 2 trades, stopped out on both trades. Now looking for an opportunity here. Good. Caught the calls and puts, both sniper entry up 30% total. Beautiful. Good job, OG. Okay. Again, guys, our goal on YouTube is to get 100 likes, okay? 100 likes is the goal. See if we can smash the record this week of 200 likes at some point in time. Tomorrow is the last day of the week. Keep that in mind. Next psychological level is 4,400, guys. Help us get to 4,400 subs. So far, outside of a couple of scalps, all right, we have not really made a clear separation away from daily open. No expansion yet. They trapped the shorts there. I was part of that trap there. No continuation. Beautiful job, trade wins. Good. First day of the new quarter, first day of the new month. Yeah, on the 4 hour, yep, you're 100% right. Loopy edits. Right, the 4 hour, the hourly. If you map those highs out, if you map those highs out, we're in a channel. We're in a bearish channel, and we got smacked off that resistance. We got smacked off that resistance. Okay. Yeah, it could go either way. Up for grabs. All right, so we're putting some pressure on that trend line support. What we're looking for here is the next. Where is the next $1 million question? Is where is that next high? Is that next high coming in going to be higher or lower? All right, that'll set the stage here. So we're coming to key zone. We reject out that key zone. Does that drive us lower? Taking some SPX puts here. Okay, good. So you get the fall below that daily open. IWM puts, beautiful job, 6-0. See if IWM can hold below that VWAP. That'd be great. We'll start to print. So we've been hugging VWAP so far for the first 37 minutes of the day. All right, so very sticky in this territory. Unless you see something very, very clean, it might be just better to hold off. Okay. Initial interaction with that key zone, we went south. We rejected off it. And now we kind of bounced out. We broke below that trend line support. We could bounce back above it. So no real. We put it to the test, but still holding up. IWM bouncing off that VWAP. So couldn't get that below that VWAP on IW. VIX going south. VIX going south here. So if you look at the 5-minute candles, guys, if you zoom out to the 5-minute, if you have multiple charts open, you can see those 5-minute candles. Although we have now 4 5-minute candles consecutively with a bullish control, you can see on both ends. Look at the wick on the top. You can see on both ends there's some selling pressure up top and some buying pressure at the bottom. Right. So even though from open to close, those 5-minute candles are green, right? It doesn't give you the exact feel of how it's moving. For you to get that feel, take a look at the wick. So it's pushing into those highs, all right, getting pushed back lower. Getting to those lows, getting pushed back higher. So very, very grindy as we continue to ride this. As SPY continues to ride this trend line into key zone. QQQ starting to wake up. QQQ is a little bit cleaner in relation to SPY, but still has some top and wicks. Okay, QQQ. We know the semiconductors were leading the way, right out the gate. On the hourly, keep in mind, on the hourly, we are inside, guys. On the hourly, we're inside. Okay, so this break also coincides with that hourly break. This key zone is a brick wall. Yep, those tiny 5-minute candles. Yep, exactly. So those 3 5-minute candles, fourth one that's about to form now, right? They are not even they're not even equivalent to those last 2 5-minute candles that were bearish. So you see this range here. This is a 10-minute range. 5, 10, 15, 20. That 20-minute range. It's not even equivalent to that 10-minute range. Okay. All right. Okay. So we're starting to get that breakdown rejection out that key zone. Okay, we come into key zone, we reject off key zone. Can we fall back below VWAP? $1 million question. The only thing below VWAP at the current moment, guys, is the Dow. The Dow's below VWAP. So we have a new hourly candle, top of the hour candle, the 10 o'clock candle, guys. That comes with a 30-minute, new 30-minute candle, new 15-minute candle. All right, the hourly, we're still inside 9 o'clock's range. We're still inside 9 o'clock's range, which encompasses that pre-market action as well. Okay. The bottom of the hour candle, the one that I like to use, is coming up in the next 29 minutes, in the next 19 minutes. Okay, can we get that breakdown? Full breakdown with some follow through. Full breakdown with some follow through and puts here. Good, good, good. And this key zone holding up. So we came into it multiple times. Jaws of that sell block. See, this leads us all the way to the ground. Fall back below daily open. Okay, because we have room to fall, guys. As long as VIX has room to pump to 25, that gives us room to fall. And then decision has to be made. Do we reject after 25 or do we accelerate past 25? In this case, you're on crude to start waking up as well. See if crude can get back above 99.63. Okay, 99.63 would be great. Okay, there goes IW. See if IW can hold below pre-market low. Keep in mind, we have a yellow folder catalyst as well, but we're going to categorize it as a orange folder, crude oil inventories at 10 o'clock. So it is a jam-packed day, to say the least. And they pick this thing back up. All right, just can't seem to get that follow through. So everything's being contested. Everything is being contested. Okay, it's every level is being fought for. Nice little push there. Okay, so this is scalpers. Scalpers can make something out of this. Unless you're a sniper. I'm going to adjust this here like that. Those lows have not been violated, but this kind of gives us a feel of the channel we're trading in. And the top of that channel is up here. You guys see that now? So this is the channel. This is the road that the bulls are taking currently. All right? They're paving this road. All right, until this road gets broken, or they end up on the guardrails outside this road. This is the road they're taking, possibly into the highs up here. Possibly into those highs up there. Okay, out on SPX puts with $1 profit. Beautiful job, Rockish. Inputs here, good, good, good. Not a lot of buyers strength here. Yeah, so it's contention on both sides. All right, so buyers and sellers, a lot of buying pressure up top, a lot of selling pressure at the bottom. All right, let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. $100 likes before 10:30. We'll do the giveaway in second shift. Sitting on my hands. Good, 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 guys. Being patient is key. SNDK's out of here. Do me a favor, guys. Look at SNDK's contracts. Okay, so SNDK came back, broke out. Look at that. Shockwave, SNDK. If you do trade SNDK, Shockwave applies. So if there's going to be a move, all right, Shockwave is going to give you a decent opportunity to move. All right, so what's Shockwave's kryptonite? Shockwave's kryptonite, right, is indecision. So it does filter out a lot of the stuff before it gives you the entry, but you have to also factor that in as well, understanding just doing general analysis. SNDK, out of here. NVIDIA. We might have to venture into some individual tickers here, ones that haven't went yet. Memory is going, so let's look at some memory names. MU, the retest of this zone, key zone, was beautiful, and Shockwave, MU hits TP. So those are gone already. Whether you took the retest, okay, come back to this key zone, or you took Shockwave, MU's out of here. And MU's up $8. Robinhood, potential flag brewing on Robinhood, key zone. The cool thing is, guys, the key zone's about to get stopped out. Robinhood's about to get stopped out, but if that flag can come to the rescue, market takes a little push lower. That can come into play. So again, that stop out closely coincides with that PML, 70 psychological level, 70.05 to be exact. AMD starting to fuel up. AMD. Okay, potential flag on AMD. See if AMD can hold this key zone. Shockwave is not coming to effect yet if you're waiting for that. Okay. Tesla. Sweep of that PML. See if he gets back above 50%, retrace the weekly. Tesla, if you went south, if you took puts on Tesla, stopped out. Okay. Big thing is just respect the stops. Same as Palantir. Palantir is starting to go to the north side. Palantir is northbound. PML sweep. Keep a close eye on Palantir. Broadcom, not doing much there. TSM, look at that, guys. TSM came back to that PMH, bounced off that PMH. So it looks like just a handful of semiconductor names are starting to go. Invalidate that double top on TSM. Potential breakout brewing. We'll get that alert. Okay. So you can see the charts and the levels based on the names that we're calling out. If you're in the Discord, we have another chart that we pay attention to. All right. And we did see that nice little push in the semiconductors early. When you do see those kind of pushes, guys, if you do trade those individual names, okay, just wait, mark out the levels, highlight a key zone, wait for that key zone to hit, allocate risk, let the probabilities play out. Worst case scenario, you get stopped out. Okay. Worst case scenario, you get stopped out. You look for another opportunity, or you just come back the next day. Very low ATR. I got my ATR at 131. IV, yeah, IV is down. Our normal IV in these conditions of March, guys. Today's the first day of April. So we saw what March had in store. This is April. New program. Okay. So we're just collecting data. Okay, collect data for April. New program. You can say new algorithm, new seasonality, new everything. Okay, the tricky thing is, since the month starts in the middle of the week, that's the tricky thing. Okay, the past few months they've been starting off on that next week. They've been symmetrically aligned. This is not symmetrical. Okay, MU's ripping. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? Sin, I like that. Barrel ATR sideways. Yep, you see this channel? At least wait for this channel to crack. If you do trade the channel, okay, try channel support into a pro otherwise, channel resistance into pro otherwise. Outside of that, let the channel break down or break out of that channel. That's basically the only thing here. Outside of this move to the downside, SPY hasn't given us much. Okay, SPY has not given us much. Double inside on the Dow. Double inside on the Dow. Qs are starting to go. I'm going to keep a close eye on the Qs here as semis continue to push. Okay, maybe we might get a sneaky break, sneaky expansion on the Qs. Do you believe in a holiday reversal week? Can you elaborate? Like reverse a certain move on the holiday during the holiday? Okay, so Qs, what we got on the Qs here? Okay, we have that breaker up here. So double top and validation. So Qs are the ones that are leading the way here. Qs are riding the support. Now if Qs do break, I'm looking at 585s. It will be a make or break. All right, 585s. So make or break meaning stop me out, scale out, or hit a target. Okay. So I need that sweep, that potential sweep to get invalidated first, and then we'll address the Qs. Because we can all see, okay, that double top potentially forming. We want that to get invalidated. Okay, Qs, let's see if the Qs can hold. Nice break on the Qs. If you take the break right off the rip, manage accordingly. If you're waiting for the hold, there goes TSM. See if I can get a nice retest those highs in the Qs. We have PMH coming up on the Qs. Retest this area, I'll be in. Looking at the 585s on the Qs. Okay, looking at the 585s on the Qs. And validate that double top. We have about a minute and some change left on that 5-minute candle. So let's see if that 5-minute candle can hold. I don't want to see a topping wick. Okay, so let's see if we can hold there to clear the path. Okay, make sure that double top doesn't validate. Okay, so if you get a nice push back up. Nice push back up. We'll be there on QQQ. Okay, we'll take it right there. I'm in the Qs. Risk all the way down here. Okay, took the QQQ calls here. See if QQQ can lead the way. Back the upside. Want that to hold. So my stop is all the way down here. Scale me out stop me out or hit target. If you did take the cues, manage accordingly. So what I'm waiting to see is I don't want to see that double top. Grab these highs, get validated. If it was 1030, maybe I'll hold it, wait a little longer. This trend line in the meantime, if that can hold, that'd be great if it starts to pull back at that territory. My stop is there. If it gets into those lows, I get stopped out. If it breaks below 583.13, I'll be stopped out. Okay, there's 5-minute juncture here. See if buyers can pick this thing back up. And this stop out closely coincides with this trend line support. So if this trend line support breaks as well, then wrong, move along. We get that trigger alerted, and then we get stopped out. Now, SPY, in the meantime, SPY needs to hold above VWAP. If it can do that, that'd be great. Okay. Qs inside on the 5. SPY hold above VWAP. SPY push back at the key zone will help our case here. Okay. So again, the risk is defined on the Qs. So as long as it doesn't get below here, okay, then I'll be in it. In the case where it gets below here, it gets stopped out. So in the meantime, I can't take profit at 5%. I need to take profit at the scale out at 1R. Okay, so that's the plan that I'm going to go with. If SPY falls below VWAP, okay, that's not going to be the best thing there as the VIX bounces. So we'll see how this plays out here. So if you're going the opposite way, if you're going double top on Qs, you're on this trend line support to break. You're waiting for trend line support to break. Down 15%, 15%, 16%. So this could be upwards of 20 to 25%. That stop out. Okay. And we're seeing Dow's going one way, Q's going the other way. So some kind of divergence amongst the indexes. That's what's going to come down to. Can this support hold? Can that trend line support hold? That's what's going to come down to. Okay, AMD. See if AMD can start to get lifted. AMD, flag on AMD. Keep a close eye on that. Ideally, in this case, I want SPY to stay above that VWAP. If it can stay above VWAP, that gives us a little bit of hope. If it falls below VWAP, then more than likely we start gravitating towards these lows. So SPY, no close below VWAP on the 5. Q's inside on the 5. See, one more push. It's going to come down to this trend line support. If this resistance, that downward compression can break, we'll be back in business. All right, here, moment of truth here. Trend line support hold. We're good. If it fails, then we get out. Okay, so I like how we're bouncing on SPY. SPY hold VWAP. See SPY can hold this VWAP here. So we'll get an alert. In the meantime, as SPY is holding VWAP, the Qs need to wake up. Okay, Qs, let's go. Go, go, go. Need to break this resistance here. Can't spend too much time there. Didn't cross below it. It keeps saying it crossed below, but never crossed below it. All right. So I need to get back above 584.02. 584.02 hold will be gold. Trend line support, break and close. All right, then we fold. Okay, SPY starting to pick up some speed here. SPY starting to pick up some speed. So let's go, Qs. IW starting to pick up some speed as well. So see if IW can start to get itself together. Okay. So it's gonna either break out or break down. Either break out or break down. So I have to let it play out. That 5 minute, we have 5 seconds left of a new 5 minute candle on QQQ. New 5 minute candle on QQQ. We went inside on Qs. 10:30 flip. See if that goes positive for us. That'd be great. It's officially second shift. See, you get the nice little push into those highs. Hourly candle flip. Still down double digits, down 10%. At least get into these highs. All right. That support's getting heavy. SPY's in this key zone. So again, SPY's needs to get above that key zone. That'd help our case here. Okay, get back above 584.02. That'd be great. Start rocking and rolling. I got to be mindful of this first shift high grab. Okay. Okay, go, 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 QQQ. First shift high grab coming up. I'm going to have to deal with that. In the meantime, I want SPY to reclaim. I want SPY to reclaim that key zone. I want SPY to reclaim that key zone. All right, so as we approach the 584.32, we need aggression. Okay, we need everything to go south. Go, go, go. So aggression, 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 aggression. There we go. Okay, go, go, go. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Up 8, 9, did see 10. And that's your TP. TP where you need to, team. Okay, I need this to scale out or hit TP. Anyone take that? Anyone take the Qs there? If you did, congratulations. If you TP'd already. If you're willing to risk the TP, that's your call. Okay, that's your call. You make that call individually. That 5 minute, we did go 212 on the Qs. This is first shift high, so we need to create as much separation away from first shift highs as possible. Okay, we need to create as much separation away from that as possible to the upside. Okay. SPY, hold key zone. SPY, don't fall back below. Don't fall back below here. See if you can hold that 584.02. Did see 9-10%. If I was looking to scalp that, I would TP there, but I need this to go to the risk I'm taking is pretty big risk. So I need that 1R or 2R. So I'm opting to see where this goes. We did grab first shift highs. That's a little concerning. Okay. Anyone take the profits on the Qs already? Intel AI alert. Okay. Don't like that key zone interaction on SPY. That doesn't look good. That's not favorable. Okay, if we break below those lows, then I got to get out of there. If we break below these lows down here, what I originally risked, I'll get out of there. Okay, about 25%. Okay, we're starting to, that first shift high grab was nasty. Okay, so this is what it's going to come down to. That's what it's going to come down to. Nasty engulfing candle on the Qs here. On the 5. So all it gave was 10%. On the verge again, stopped out. I'll stop out there at 22%. Okay, so 3 trades, all stopped out. I did see 10 here, but I wanted to see if I can get a little more to the upside. And 3 stop outs. We'll probably take 1 lotto. We'll wrap it up here. Okay. In the case if you're going the other way, if you're playing the trend line breakdown, okay. Once we grab first shift highs, that was the cue. I don't want to get in the way there. So it's just basically scalps. SPY not doing much. Okay, so it just depends on how you navigated the cues there. If you scalped it, you can squeeze something out. If you're looking to hold until a scale out, conservative risk, get stopped out. SPY, this key zone back and forth. Nasty action here. We're starting to break that support. So outside of a lotto, I'll shut it down the day. All right, so 0 for 3. I don't mind walking away on red. One trade I could have done better. This one, I'm okay with that. Is this one here. All right, maybe could have just waited a little bit, but sometimes you can't say I could have done better if it worked out the other way. So what I mean by that is, say if it did work out, then I wouldn't say, oh, I could have done better. So sometimes when we start saying that is because it didn't work in our favor. But overall, it was just at 655. Okay, 655 in those high, and that 5-minute high. And then we got stopped out there. Tried to take a short here. Did see a little bit of green. 5-6% stopped out there as well. And the Qs did see double digits, but I wanted to see if we get a nice little push. Stopped out there as well. And now we're starting to break down fully here, guys. Now we're starting to break down fully. INTC, okay. Anyone else take the Qs or anyone else take this key zone rejection? AI alert INTC. Fido, let us know how that goes. We do have the AI ideas, guys. Okay, INTC is the idea. Let AI do the heavy lifting. So it looks like semiconductors, memory names. Some of the semiconductors showing some signs of life. Even though here, look at SPY, look how messy this is. Okay, so if you're green, stay clean. If you're break even, if you're red, okay, don't lose control and go on tilt. Microsoft, large sweep there. The INTC idea came in at TSL, okay, large sweep. STX INTC. Let me see, USO. SLV. Was it based on the resistance break? Fido, QQQ puts, okay. SPY calls, 654, 65. So far on SPY Shockwave, 0 for 1. Now look at the conditions SPY's giving us. So we're still within that opening range. All right, so on days where you're struggling, on days where you're getting stopped at multiple times, the objective becomes don't let it get out of control. Okay, so try to contain the fire. Don't let it turn into a full-out forest fire. All right. If you are green up until now, that's a great way to kick off. Nice little flag brewing on INTC. INTC already hit scale out. Calls. See if that flag can take us to the next level. Almost hit TP on INTC. AMD. So individual names today. AMD flag did present opportunity there. Excuse me. Okay, AMD flag. NVIDIA. I believe I have an alert on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a sleeping giant. So Nvidia has been asleep for multiple quarters now. Nvidia, if you go back to that pre-market high, guys, the Dow's starting to pump. Look at this, starting to pump here. Look at that. All of a sudden. Okay. Here we go. Let's go with the shenanigans. First thing I'm going to do is breaking news feed. All right, that's the first thing I'm going to go on. We already know that these news sources, media companies are unreliable. So let's see our news feed. Please be very careful, guys. The manipulation is unreal. Public announces second quarter. Okay. All right, that's probably the cue to end the day there. When you start to see those candles, we've seen it in March, all throughout March. All right. We're jammed between two gaps. Jam between two gaps. How are we doing so far, guys? How are we doing so far? Google Meets to check the chat there. How are you doing so far? Drop outperformance power resistance. Okay, J&J. Game plan chart. All right, very sticky here. We have not created separation from that zone. The expected weekly upside move is 656.30. Okay, the weekly POC is 657.55. So whenever I have a yellow zone, guys, it means that it's gonna get. If it's sticky in that area, it might just mean, hey, you know what? Don't do anything in that area. Okay. Game plan for today was we want to see the interaction with that daily upside breaker. That has not come to fruition yet. All right. So if you're still waiting for that, continue to wait for that. That has not come to fruition yet. So in the case, if you're trading that idea, all right, we wouldn't be doing anything up until now. All right. So it would be basically no trade day if that was the one thing you were looking to trade. The key zone interaction down here that when we discuss in pre-market prep. Okay. So that would mean if you're waiting for that area to treat that as support, that would mean he wouldn't go do anything here. So we grab first shift highs, we trap, we move lower. Nothing on the breaking news feed. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. We have 190 plus people joining us. 100 likes. 150 likes will do the giveaway. All right, very volatile conditions here, okay? From the standpoint of these candles, very erratic. Take a look at the 5-minute candles, team. Look at the topping wicks, bottom wicks. Okay, good time just to be on standby. If you just took Shockwave on SPY, you just get stopped out once. Not that that's it. There's nothing else. If you took anything in between, just make sure to manage that risk. And on a day like today, it's very easy for the contracts to slide. So keep that in mind. Okay. See, you can hold above that key zone. Well, what a way to kick off April. They're giving us this kind of action. It's a holiday week as well. All right, tomorrow, last day of the market tomorrow. Friday, market is closed. How's our friend TSM doing? Okay, TSM, nice bounce there. MU has left the station. Never looked back. How's ExxonMobil doing? With crude being under 100. Exxon trying to recapture that 162.66. Exxon, scale out, TP1. So it's basically just certain corners of the market are doing well, certain corners of the market are selling off, and that kind of just leads SPY to be jammed. Okay, Apple. Apple swept PML. Netflix, potential flag on Netflix. Nvidia, nothing. Okay. Nvidia silent. Nvidia, complete silence from Nvidia. Game plan for today. Has not come to fruition, right? Come tap into this territory here. Has not come in. Interaction with 200 MA. We get above 200 MA. Has not come into any of those things. It just continues to grind. What it looks like it wants to do is just grind higher, but shaking out as many participants as possible. Just a slow grind higher. All right, so since 9 o'clock, despite the ugly candles, since 9 o'clock, we're just grinding higher. Since that, we start off at that 652 territory, 652.78. Now we're at that 655.60s. Okay, so that has not come to fruition yet. Okay, so far, brick wall trampoline. Let's do that. That's what we got. So technically, we almost fill that gap. Brick wall trampoline until prove otherwise. So we haven't seen this kind of brick wall trampoline scenario in quite some time. March was a lot of chop, but eventually led to expansions. Okay, this is support until proven otherwise. This is resistance until proven otherwise. Everything in between, just a complete mess. If you're looking for expansion above these levels, continue to push. Break down below these levels, continue to drop. Okay? Everything else come into this territory, mean reversion. That's what the market is doing right now, and that's what we'll look to do until proven otherwise, with these erratic candles coming in almost every single time. Every single time we're getting some erratic candles. Okay? Intel, yeah, AI alert. So the AI alerts, our team is already capitalizing off that. Good. That was a great addition. Right, especially when nothing is doing, when SPY is not giving those clean opportunities, indexes are not giving those opportunities, those AI alerts, give us something to look at, right? Give us something to look at. STX, NTR, USO, 66% confidence. SLV, that's yesterday. Yeah, AI alerts, that alone. Is worth the fee. I'm looking to add one more thing, right? One more thing to the Discord. One more service. But I just want to find a way to seamlessly integrate it without making it too chaotic and too noisy. All right, look at the nature of these candles, guys. Okay? So if you're able to extract profits in this mess, round of applause. All right. Main thing is don't give back that profit. Okay. Tomorrow is basically, we're going to treat tomorrow like a Friday. IW starting to go. Okay. IW starting to go. IW, a lot of volume imbalances. Okay. So keep that in mind. SPY starting to go. So you get that confirmed close there. Let everything print, generate. I'll go with mean reversion lottos, maybe third shift and beyond. I want to see how we interact with those highs. But outside of that, 3 trades, all 3 trades stopped out. All 3 trades stopped out. Qs are starting to go into PMH. IW starting to go. Shockwave signal on SPY. See if that prints. Coming in at 1050. But the nature of this mean reversion, resistance, can't get any follow through. Right? It's like you can't get follow through until you can. So it has to be proven otherwise. Any more news coming today? Thanks for your help. Absolutely, guys. Out in the $30 green, slow grind, eats up premium 100%. They're eating that premium up. I have no tape, no tap out yet. I was listening to you and I held up now. I'm in the green. Okay, good. Let's see if we get the nice little push. Yeah, more than likely the one I'm not in is gonna take off. All right, all right. But it's all good. So it's very easy to go. I know that about myself. All right, so it's important to stay disciplined in the victory and in the loss as well. If you do decide to take this, all right, so it might be in your best interest to treat it as a scalp because that's all it's really giving. Okay, so if you see profit, take profit. Probably the best protocol today.
No importa lo que sea, lo registra todo.
And you want to take that last one there? If you scalp out of that, that'd be great. If you did, tremendous job. Beautiful job, Fido. Intel. So again, guys, you guys do get the AI alerts. Okay. AI alerts. So AI is on the lookout as well for opportunities, for breakouts, for ideas. It's critical level breaks along with flow. Along with flow. Here we go. Starting to go here. And you want to take that. That probably makes up for, if you're purely trading Shockwave, that probably makes up for this loss. Okay, so you get that scale out. And now you want this to hold. You can do this entire zone to hold. Okay, VIX is below 24. There you go. If anyone took the calls there, $ signs in the chat. even if you take it as a scalp. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Good, good, good. Yeah, it just might be TP, take profits and deal with the rest later, and just maybe leave runners, maybe not. The thing is, it's hard to say because best thing to do, best protocol when in doubt, is to take profits. All right, but if you want to, if you're okay with the entire body, the risk, the reason why in the last QQQ trade, okay, I was okay with not taking the 10% is because of my risk. If that makes sense. If I was just treating it as a scalp from the standpoint of, okay, my risk is a little tighter, then I'll be more than willing to lock in a majority at 10%. But if the risk is a little wider, if my risk is 20 to 25%, if it's one whole unit, all right, more than likely, I'm going to have to wait for scale out, which is a 1R or a 2R. So save this SPY trade here. If I'm using this just as confirmation and treating it as a discretionary trade with the guidance of Shockwave, and I want to scalp it, and my risk is, say, below these lows down here, a little before here, then this would be more than enough for a quick scalp. So it just really depends on how you define it beforehand. Can you make a change of plans in between? You can. All right, but don't make the change of plans on the risk side, from the standpoint of making it wider and wider and wider and wider and wider. Okay. Okay, good job, Min Swam. Victory has 1,000 fathers and defeat is an orphan, huh? Very interesting. You know it's all Invictus Dominion. Q's trying. Everything's starting to go. Everything's starting to go. So as long as this zone holds up, okay, this is a rejection zone. If it holds up, it becomes support. It's under test. We filled the gap from March 26th. QQQ. Starting to go. There goes the Qs. IW. Starting to go. Okay, so if you took IW here, you probably still sat through it. Didn't get stopped out. If you take it here again, it gives you another entry. Scale out. Okay. %, beautiful job, 12%, in and out. Good, 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 guys. Good, good, good. And that's what the market is given. That's if it's given those 8, 9, 10, 12%. Gotta take it. Beautiful job. Trade wins 21% on Qs. Scalp City. $23 per con. Good, good, good. Beautiful job, Jake. We're directional on the hourly, which is encouraging, but the slow grind sentiment continues. The slow grind sentiment continues. Okay, so the slow grind sentiment continues. We're moving higher, no doubt, but it's just a slow grind. So as it's moving, it's eating premium. As it's moving, it's eating premium. We have an analyst grading upgrade. Analyst grade, VNO for Visa. So Visa has been upgraded to a buy. Wells Fargo, equal weight. JP Morgan, overweight. No, STX, the company overweight, STX overweight. The company grading is JP Morgan. So we have all that stuff for you in the Discord. I'm going to add a couple more channels in there. One crypto channel, Hood. That sweep on Hood. And that PML. Did that play out? Trade wins. Starting to go. Right, there we go. So it was between the retrace, reject, and the reclaim. So as everything pushes up, a reclaim gets back above that PML. Might want to go to PMH. Now it's like trying to find that entry. On Hood. Maybe pull back to that 70-50s. 70-50s entry. Or back into this key zone. 70, between 70 and 70.24. If you kind of zoom out, somewhat of an inverse head and shoulder, possibly brewing from the pre-market low into today's low. So if it does one of those maneuvers, okay, right shoulder. Okay, maybe just starts to fade and then comes back up. Okay, again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. We'll do the giveaway. We will do the giveaway here shortly. We're closing in on 4,350 subs. Last month, you guys showed out, helped us reach our goal of 3K. 3K subs. We got to 4K. We surpassed it by 1K. So this month, by the end of this month, let's see if we can get to 5K, guys. 5K. Cross over that psychological level. See if that nice little flag continues to push. Anyone on babysitting duty? Anyone on babysitting duty on these calls? So the call signal came in at 10:55. Or is it just one and done? Oh man, I'm starting to feel trigger happy. 0 trades. Patience is happy. 0 trades. Patience is low today. If we don't get some movement in the next hour, I'm going to shut it down. Yeah, 100%. That level of self-awareness is very critical, guys. Still holding. Good, good, good. If you're still holding those runners, you want this flag to break. If you're still holding those runners, you want that flag to break. It's really hard to make an entry up here. There you go. You can see that flag breaking there. VIX going south. Scale out. So scale out is the scale out reminder is given at around 1R, and it takes a couple of things into consideration where we are in relation to some of the highs. Okay, so this indicator is available, guys. It is available. It did get released this week. Okay, so you can claim this indicator. You can add it to your, you can make it yours. You can trade the opening drive, whether it's individual stocks, whether it's index ETFs, whether it's futures. You can even do ES. Okay, it's going to give you that. It's going to give you the levels. It can be US 500 if you use CFDs. Okay, it works. During that time, it works. It's going to give you the same signal. So this is great. Okay, if you're trading that same time but using prop, this automates, takes the guesswork out. It takes the guesswork out. So you see that scalar reminder comes in, that friendly scalar reminder. Think of the scale out as your friend. All right, just a friend giving you some advice. You know, hey friend, it's a good time to scale out there if you haven't already. Yep, 15-minute candles since 9 o'clock have all been green. So it's been a bit of slow grind higher. Still holding my last trade for the day. Good, good, good. Actually, it's disruptively easy to take a position up there. It's just a really bad. Yeah, it is. It's easy to take a position anywhere, right? It's easy to take a position anywhere, right? Because if you get it there, it's tough. Okay. The way I like to put it is, you can get a position anywhere, of course, but whatever position you decide to take in either direction, okay, how comfortable of a seat do you have to the destination? All right, so in this case, say if my destination is up here, right? Say my destination is up there, okay? The Shockwave destination is up here. The final target is up there. If I have an entry here, I have very, very little room for error. Any kind of wick, I'm automatically down 10, 15%, 20%. Okay, if we go further dated, okay, I'm down anywhere from 5 to 7%. So the question you have to ask is, okay, you have a particular destination, but how can you give yourself the best seat, the most comfortable seat, to be able to let price go to its destination? If you're getting a little too late, you still can be right. It still can get to that set destination. But if it pulls away from your entry too far, you get stopped out, then it leaves you behind. Right? So entry is just all about how much room for error or margin of error can you give yourself. Okay, giving yourself a margin of error to be right. That's all it really is. All right, just constantly looking for a margin of error to be right. Because for the folks who have the entry here, right, they have a comfortable seat. Their seat is comfortable. It's been a little rocky. Maybe they scaled out already. Maybe they're fully out. Just depends on trader one, trader two type of personality. Okay. But trader up there, right, just sit on eggshells. And these kind of candles will play with your emotions. A candle like this, okay, will play with your emotion. Because now if this candle leads to the break of this candle's low, right now it starts to really tow with your emotions. So that's the main thing with stops. Nvidia's starting to cook. Okay, Nvidia's starting to wake up. Nvidia did have that. Okay, Nvidia Shockwave as well. Nvidia's gone. If you took Nvidia, manage accordingly. The Dow. So what you'll learn to understand is all Shockwave needs is movement and momentum. Movement and momentum, you'll have a decent seat to the final destination. Okay, you'll have a friendly ticket. Okay, a cheap contract into the final destination. Because by the time it gets to the destination, those contracts will become expensive. Okay, well, the appreciation, you take advantage of the appreciation. AI alert, we got AMD breaking the hourly resistance there, 210.50. We got AXP, American Express, breaking that resistance as well, 304. STX, we saw that already. Waves are starting to wave. That's SPY trade wins. No, that's not SPY. That's 211. 211. Let me guess the chart. 211. That's not one of the indexes. 211. What could possibly be 211? AMD. Okay, yeah. AMD. AMD, that nice little flag break on AMD. Anyone take the flag break? AMD already hit. Scale out. So we haven't seen this kind of grindy action, but a push higher since the summer months. So if you've been training with me in the summer months was basically this is how the summer months were. All right. So if we had to navigate and survive and thrive in these kind of conditions. All right, we're moving higher, but it's grindy. So we haven't seen this type of activity in March. So first thing you're writing down is April so far, price profile, slow grind higher. So we're collecting data to see what kind of characteristics, what kind of programs they run in April, what kind of plays, what kind of things they run in April. All right, think of it like a scouting report. Yeah, if AMD can come back possibly into the 9. Ideally 210.57 territory, 210.50s. Very shallow 211.30s. Amazon. Amazon did a grab and go on PML. Amazon already broke. So if you trade these names, guys, Shockwave will be, you can see Amazon calls, scale out. Amazon worked out on both sides. So scale out here. Okay, scale out. Think of scale out between 10-15%. Okay, usually on the indexes, on these individual names can be different because they all have larger ATRs and they move differently. And think of TPs as 30 to 40, 50%. All right, again, that can depend on the individual name and the contract you take, but that's just the general guideline. So Amazon worked out on both sides. Amazon worked out on both sides. SPY continues to grind higher, riding the wave. Throw EMA on there for you. You can use EMAs as stops too. That's a great way to use EMAs as a stop. We'll use that last EMA. Okay, that'll be the edge of the wave. Final destination for SPY. Okay, we can see the confidence is starting to peak, 75%. Score 6 out of 8B, strong bull control. Although the market context is mixed. Okay, next target is 657.40. So it gives you the target right there. Scale out already given. So this is for the active trade tab. The active trade tab tells you the current trade. If you take that current trade idea, okay, it tells you where the entry is, where the stop is, where the next target is, and if a scale out was provided. If there's a scale out provided, we'll say done. Amazon scale out already. They trapped the bears below view up on SPY, but they didn't get me. 2 trades today, early, both puts, both green. Beautiful job, Jeffrey. Good. Good. SPX also works on SPX. In this case, SPX, you can see. Okay, you get stopped out there. If you scalp it, there's a scalp available, but we'll take it for if you risk this whole unit. Scale out or stop out, and of course, you recover here. And you can see here, scale out there. VIX starting to pick up a little bit here. Look at these candles, guys. Very messy. Somewhat of a head and shoulder kind of formation on the 5. If you see it, you see it. Off that 9 or off that zone trade wins. 9 will be very shallow on AMD. But it looks like it came right into that 9. Came close to that 9. Shallow, pull back into 9. Healthy, pull back into these highs, 210.50 into 210.50s. AMD's off to the races. AMD is off to the races. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. 150 likes, that's the goal. 200 will smash a record. 100 likes will do the giveaway, so let's try to get to 150. 100 first before 11:30. I'm going to take a quick coffee break here. In the meantime, we'll take a listen to our friends at CNBC, and we will resume. And folks on YouTube, like the video, subscribe. Okay, this is, look, when was this a rumor? Right? It was a rumor yesterday. So today, it's news. Okay, let's take a listen to our friends here.
Could be a guarantor of sorts. How are you reading it right now?
Well, I think there's a lot of confusion. There are a lot of contradictory messages. And what's clear is that there doesn't seem to be a very consistent and reliable channel of communication here. From what we know of public reports, there is a lot of activity by intermediaries, and that's not ideal because messages can get garbled, things can get lost in translation, and that can mean the difference between a ceasefire or escalation. We've also seen suggestions that perhaps there are text messages being exchanged, which is somewhat better. What you really want in this kind of a situation, and what we had previously when I worked with President Obama, is direct face-to-face communication. And when you have something of this magnitude and this consequence going on, you really need that face-to-face conversation.
Are you a believer that the Gulf states as a group are interested in de-escalation or pushing the pedal to the metal?
I think there's a split within the Gulf states. I think the two largest Gulf states, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, believe that this cannot happen again. They want this brought to a conclusive close. They do not want to see their economies disrupted the way that Iran has done it this time around. And so they would like to see things go forward to a decisive close, whether that means regime change or a regime that has no ability really to threaten them again. Other Gulf states, particularly Qatar and Oman, Oman, you will remember, has been the mediator up till now. They believe that actually there needs to be a different kind of a settlement. They are not as hard line in their position as Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates.
So what is the resolution, do you think, especially with the Strait of Hormuz? Like, what does the exit look like here for the U.S.?
I think we're in a tough spot here. The options are not really very good for the president. I hope that he's going to provide some clarity this evening to the American people on his plan to bring this to a successful close. And I think the options really are down to three. He can try to escalate militarily and go after the two main objectives that are there right now, which is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and that'll only be a partial reopening, even with military force. Or he could try to also go after and seize the highly enriched uranium that Iran has. So that's option one. Option two is a diplomatic deal of the type we've described, but it's very difficult to imagine how that comes to a successful close because Iran believes that it's in a strong position because it has the world economy in a stranglehold. And the third is what the president suggested yesterday and the day before that, which is that we can basically declare victory, walk away, leave Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz, and basically say to the world, over to you. And I think none of those are particularly appealing options right now.
Big piece in the FT this morning about the UK and Starmer pivoting toward the EU after what the FT calls Trump's taunts. I wonder, obviously a lot of these economies are in a worse position economically as a result of this than we are. Do you think that the fissures between the US and the Europeans will grow wider?
Unfortunately, I do. I think they've been growing wider over the past year, and I think the threat made in the last day by the president to withdraw from NATO would be particularly disastrous if he actually followed through with that. That actually just plays into Iran's hands. It makes it believe that it's winning. It also plays into the hands of our other adversaries, Russia and China. This is the most successful alliance in the history of the world. In a few days, we're going to celebrate its 77th anniversary. And I think actually following through with a withdrawal from NATO would damage our security.
But what also plays into Iran's hands and makes them think they're winning is the Europeans not helping the U.S. and Israel by letting them land planes and helping them open the Strait of Hormuz. What is the strategy here when it comes to Europe doing that? Why is it siding with Iran?
I don't know that it's siding with Iran. I'll tell you, when I was doing this previously in 2011, Iran made a threat to close the Strait of Hormuz. But at that time, we had a very strong international coalition that we had very deliberately built. And so when Iran made that threat, we were very quickly able to rally them and also to threaten the use of force, and Iran stood down. Over the past year, we've seen the alliance come under great strain with threats over Greenland, with the belittling of our NATO allies, and other things that we've done with the tariffs, for example, and that has not left a very good foundation. And I think what you're seeing now is a result of that, and the absence of consultation where they didn't feel that they were actually involved in the process at all. They actually, I think, view Iran very much as a threat. I think the problem is that it's very difficult to bring them in. They don't understand where we're going. And so I think that's really the fundamental problem.
The rhetoric from MERS in particular has gotten more strident over the last few weeks. We'll see what we get tonight, Puneet. Hopefully get your help on the other side of that in the coming days. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Puneet Talwar.
Still ahead, some new reporting on Nike, PVH, and what those retail results are telling us about the consumer. That's next.
We'll get to this big move in RH today. The CEO with some, as usual, dramatic remarks about the state of the housing market. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
Kalshi is available nationwide and lets you live trade against others on anything right from your phone.
And that will probably be easier for you because you don't have giant wide receiver hands. Let me see if I can pull up the Kalshi app. Dang it, not the time travel app.
Okay, back. Coffee's refilled. And SPY continues to grind higher here. The 1 minute, we're just going tit for tat, back and forth. Piano keys, bigger picture time frames continue to expand to the upside. Slow grind higher. We're above that that top of that gap from May 26th gap has been filled. If we look a little ahead, we do have PMH coming up there shortly. PMH at that 657.50. Right above that, we do have 50% retrace of the month. So what I did want to bring to your attention today, guys, is the following. AMD. Wow, AMD continues to push. Nice call out trade wins. So the name of the game today is just patience. Patience, risk management. I already took 3 trades, stopped out on all 3. We'll probably have a lotto later on before we close out. But outside of that, we'll be done. So today, why is today important? We have a new monthly candle. Okay, we have a new monthly candle. So that monthly candle is April. Okay, the reason why this monthly candle is important is because this monthly candle, this whole monthly candle is going to reflect the quarterly candle. It's going to be they're going to be one of the same. Okay, so this monthly candle and the quarterly candle are going to be on the same page for April. As soon as May comes around, we're going to see separation between that monthly candle and that quarterly candle. Because that quarterly candle has 3 monthly candles. So today what we got, guys, is we got our quarterly levels. Okay, so our quarterly levels. So to give you some context, okay, just to give you some context, for us to get above the quarterly upside breaker, we need to make an all-time high. For us to get below the quarterly downside breaker, we need to make the lows we made this year so far, which took place on Friday or on Monday. Monday's lows. Okay, on the quarterly candle. On the monthly candle, okay, which is the same, which both have the same opening. So that monthly candle open is going to be that 653.88. The quarterly candle is going to be, that's the open as well. Okay, since last month's candles is within that quarterly candle, it's not going to be the same, but we have 50% retrace of that monthly candle coming up right here. Okay, so right now we are starting to sneak up on the 50% retrace midpoint of March's candle. Okay, so now if we get it to that 658.95. 658.95 will be at the midpoint of March's candle in the month of April. Okay, for us to get above March's highs, okay, let's keep going up, keep going up, keep going up. For us to get above March's highs, I have a lot of gaps to fill, of course. Okay, a lot of gaps to fill. 688.62. Okay. So if we stay within the lows we saw this week, and we stay below 688 March's highs, that means this month we will be inside. So right now we are like right here. If this is March's highs for the month of April, we're right here. So if we're going to make a run into March's highs, at some point in time this month, we're probably going to have to get above 50% retrace. Not probably, we must get above 50% retrace, which is 658.95. All right, so the objective this week, okay, short week, holiday week. Okay, objective this week is which side of the 658.95 do we close? This purple line right here. If we close above it, the bulls are in better shape to make some noise on the monthly. Not the best shape, but better shape. Better shape than they were on Monday. If we close below it, more than likely we're still closer to the lows than the highs of the month. Okay, so very, very interesting to see how this unfolds. And this is just a complete mess, piano keys, guys. Okay, even if you're right, if you're not right on time, you still lose. So when the candles are like this, there's not only one way to lose, there's multiple ways to lose. One is, of course, you can lose because of you can lose directionally, you get the wrong direction, and you can lose purely due to time decay because the setup is not hitting in time. All right, 2 ways to lose, 1 way to win. So that's unfavorable conditions. Okay, unfavorable conditions. Is there anything that I hate as much as politics is the media? Like, I think it's obvious I have no love for the current administration, but media needs to, they don't want Trump to get it when it's absolutely, yeah. So they've been, the media, yeah, I mean, their whole point is, right, narrative, shifting the narrative. The number one rule is, okay, of course we don't have, like some other countries, we don't have state media. Okay, but in this case, guys, the state is advertisers. Okay, the companies are beholden to the advertisers. All right, that's the whole point, to draw your attention. On top of that, of course, push a narrative. So I'd say narrative first, eyeballs for advertisers. That's how they monetize. Same thing with YouTube as well. Same thing with YouTube. Okay, YouTube is, okay, there's a bunch of different channels on YouTube. But the thing with YouTube, interesting with YouTube, is everything is creator driven. So the creators create, they get eyeballs, and based on the eyeballs, they get a piece of the advertising revenue. So now, if you're a creator and you want to play that game, all right, and you want to do well at that game, you're going to have to push a certain narrative. So the algorithm can favor you. You're going to have to do things to catch the attention of people in that niche. Okay? Maybe headlines. Thumbnails. Eye-popping, eye-catching thumbnails. Hyperbolic titles. Okay, it's starting to curl back the downside. We spent some time up there, chop, chop, chop. We fell back below. We're back in the jaws of that gap, even though we gapped up and filled it. This is the jaws that gap down from March 26th. We filled the gap, and now we're back in the jaws. So the rule is, if I have the gap levels, even though it's filled, I leave those levels on the chart until the next day. So tomorrow, these levels, since it's filled, we have price history there. I no longer need those levels. So it's going to come down to who can dictate the pace here. Who can dictate the pace there? If we can get a sweep up here, does look appealing for mean reversion. In the next shift, so second shift, no trade, second shift, third shift, I should say. That second shift, no trade there. Shockwave did provide scale out, 1R. That's probably the best trade of the shift. Yeah, a lot of chop there. Even if you take the puts there, chop, 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 eats the premium, gets the drop. Unless you take profit at this drop, you get the bounce, and then now you're back at break even or in the red. So this action is very, very frustrating. Okay. So you have two choices. You take your trades. Okay. You live with the results. Or you don't take any trades at all. If you don't follow those two things, it's going to force you to overtrade. It's going to force you to overtrade. Okay, it's going to force you to overtrade and to do things out of character and to maybe get back into the bad behaviors that you no longer want to partake in, okay? So this is the kind of conditions we're in currently. First 15-minute red candle, out on SPX puts, $3 profit, lead runner, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Anyone else trade SPX? It looks like we have a couple of SPX traders. We have SPX traders on our team. Richie, a great SPX trader. It's April Fools as well. Is that still a thing? So a lot of traps on April Fools. All right. So the market is not playing an April Fool's joke. right, so be careful, guys. Exercise caution, discipline, because these are the days that matter. These are the days that matter. What you do on days like this, or what you don't do on days like this, is what counts the most. Beautiful job, Patel, SPX today. I'm getting fooled on the charts today, 100%. April Fools. Anyone else done? We will do the poll here shortly. So tomorrow is not Thursday. It's Thursday. We'll treat it like a Friday. And goal is for me to bounce back tomorrow. Green, red to green protocol. So after a red day, objective is to be green that very next day. Okay. We've been doing a good job of bouncing back. We'll look to do the same thing tomorrow. And close out the week strong. And the official first week of April is next week. Okay, so big thing. Next week for our Discord. All right, that's when the price increase kicks in. Okay, next week the price increase kicks in. SPY comes in, another call there. Okay, you can see nice little bounce. Price increase kicks in. So make sure to take advantage, guys. Make sure to take advantage. Jump in, take advantage. Immerse yourself with our resources. With our team, our great team, guys. Let's take a look at the AI alerts. Another scale out on SPY. Make this AMD. AMD breaking a major resistance level. So 210. American Express. Okay, let's take a look at the flow. SNDK, we're starting to see some put sweeps coming on SNDK. 680 strikes, 417, so middle of the month. Some put sweeps coming to SNDK as well. CVX, call sweeps, 417, 418. Put sweeps coming in Broadcom. So a couple of sweeps coming in some of the names that ran up. So nice move on SPY here. Nice clean move on SPY here. Can hold above those highs. Continue to accelerate. There it goes. Comes back into it, bounces out of here. Comes back into it, bounces out of here. So it's going to require that patience. Look at that. So EMAs are there. Breaking news. Okay, what's the news? 4 hours later. All right, watch out for that mean reversion at those highs if we can't hold.
On maintenance, a lot of people reach their goals on injectable and then
Eli Lilly, some news on Eli Lilly.
Injecting themselves once a week. Some people don't mind that, but some people do. So here's an oral option. Or some people have been held back by that barrier and now they can have an oral option. Or maybe some people couldn't afford it or didn't have insurance coverage. We hope to expand insurance coverage, and of course it will be more affordable even for those paying out of pocket.
And price will be a major factor here. So people with insurance coverage can get Foundeo for $25 a month. That's with a coupon from Lilly. And people paying cash or out of pocket can get it for $149 to $349 a month. And that's depending on a dose. Remember, that was thanks to the deal that Lilly struck with the Trump administration last year. And starting in July, seniors on Medicare can get the pill and other GLP-1s for $50.
So GLP-1, that's a big thing, guys. It's a huge, huge market. So now it looks like they have a pill form. I believe the initial cost when we were looking at it last time was $1,000+. So is that a good thing for Eli Lilly? The fact that they have to cut cost, that is eating in their bottom line. So there's two ways, right? It's either they mass produce and sell so many units that'll be worth the dramatic price reduction, or keep costs where they are. So I believe that's a pretty significant drop there. So April 6th. April 6th, GLP-1, Lilly. So Lilly is trading below 1,000. Magic number on Lilly is, of course, 1,000. Lilly is the next name that needs to get a stock split, if you ask me. All right, last year we called for Netflix. All right, Netflix got the split. So if there's a name that needs to get a split, in my opinion, Lilly. Now, there's no announcement of it yet, but more than likely Lilly will split in the coming months, coming quarters. Maybe in the next 12 to 18 months, we'll get a split. I thought that was Peter Lynch for a second. Okay, took the first dose of GLP-1, got it for $150, but they start you on a low dose and increase the dose. Cost can get up to $2,500 a month. Okay, so they start you low and then. So the GLPs, you only take it for a certain amount of time, and then once you hit your goal of losing the weight, you just stop taking it, or is it just something that's ongoing and you have to take it for maintenance? Okay, I believe the science behind it is somewhat of an appetite repressant. I believe that's what it is. I could be wrong. There might be more to it than that, but it looks like it might be a appetite repressant. Let me look it up. Okay. Yeah, so hormone released to your gut after you eat. GLP is a hormone released in your gut after you eat. Its job is to help control blood sugar and appetite. Sends a signal to your brain to reduce appetite. Helps with insulin sensitivity. So what they're doing is they're mimicking the GLP-1 hormone. So you get the signal to your brain. Interesting. Anyone have experience with GLP? Any stories? It's voluntary if you want to share. I know there's a few companies out there that produce. Looks like we got Lilly. A couple of companies. There's another one. Yeah, Novo, Lilly. So it's between those two, neck and neck. So those are the two big ones, Novo and Lilly. Novo and Lilly works good if you have chronic, diarrhea and need a stool harder. Okay, it's extremely good for IBS. Tell you that, maybe feel bloated. Insulin blocker. That's all it is. Repair joints. Okay. Okay, there it goes. There it goes. Anyone reload here in this area? If you reloaded. What do we got here? Okay, that is, they're using Elliott Wave. S. Patel, so we're here. I get that nice rejection. I got that PMH as your rejection point. Or near that PMH. Back to B. B would be you got the 6440s. Nice bounce off that key zone on SPY, continues to go. Last year I lost 30 pounds on GLP, had to keep the weight off since March. Last year, 120 days, wow. Yeah, only here, only in America. Too much food. All right, we have access to too much food. You name it, we got it. All right, food everywhere. You celebrate with food. It's not a good time unless you have food. Like if you think about it, everything you do is related to food. All right, everything circle backs to food. All right, you go somewhere, you need to eat something. GLP-1 receptor in the brain to reduce hunger, but also work for alcohol, cocaine, and gambling and other addictions. Okay. No, not enough fresh food. Yeah, especially if you're in one of those deserts. I believe they call it deserts where they don't have any grocery stores. Food deserts. They call it food deserts. So certain areas in the country where there's no grocery stores and they're just filled with fast food restaurants. So accessibility becomes a challenge. All right, so we swept first and second shift highs. We hit target here. Target hit. TP hit. Took forever. We're getting into PMH. We're getting to PMH. I will do the giveaway at 12 o'clock, guys. Okay, suppress wanting in general. Anti-desired drug. So what are some of the side effects? Okay. Just the usual side effects, nothing crazy. Some medicines, when you see the commercials, right, the side effect is sometimes worse than the actual problem. The goal for these pharmaceutical companies, guys, the bottom line is to get you sick, right, and keep you alive. Keep you sick and alive. If you ask me, that's what it boils down to. I know it's cold, but that's the reality. Keep you sick and alive, and they make money. It's the bottom line. It's not in their best interest for you to be better or not be reliant on whatever you're taking. So we continue to push here. SpaceX IPO, that's going to be a big one. SpaceX, that's what everyone's waiting for, of course. They might IPO this year. Confidential file out for IPO. Maybe, I would say the best time to get the IPO for SpaceX, tail end of Q3. Tail end of Q3 would be a good time to IPO. So we have to basically do whatever we can to keep ourselves healthy. And it's not easy. Right? Again, but what's good that's easy? All right, what's good that's easy? So it's almost like you have to fight. You have to fight everything to ensure you try to get healthy and stay healthy. Once that's gone, there's nothing else. You can take whatever trade you want, but health is very important. Health is very, very important. Yeah, I think just eating things are, again, by no means am I a dietitian, but just eating things that I like to call the step. All right. All right. So step means how many steps away is it from its original product? Step. Very simple. So for instance, if I'm eating a steak, how many steps are there between the steak itself and the cow? Not too many steps. All right, it's just a cow. You slaughter it, and then you cut it up, turns it to steak, you buy it. So the less steps between the actual thing and it getting it to your dinner table or your lunch or your plate, in my opinion, the better. But if there's a lot of steps, like foods that are highly enriched, more than likely you have to. Can you have it? Sure, but you have to try to minimize it because your body doesn't know what to do with it. So it just boils down to just eating things that grow, and at one point in time that we're alive. All right, but I think different things work for different people. If you think of a cake, okay, cake is delicious, of course. Your tongue loves cake, but your body doesn't like it. All right? How many steps away is a cake from its original form? How many things in between? How complicated is the cake itself, making the cake? How many things are going to it? It's not just flour, butter, sugar, and egg. There's at least 50 things. So if there's 50 things that go into it, is it really the original thing? All right, this continues to go. So it looks like what they're rewarding is just people that have a position, they just sit in a position for some time, sit through the back and forth. It's really hard to open a position unless you come to these structural levels. We're at PMH. Shockwave did give 3 signals here. Okay. On this chart, I have it until 12 o'clock. So the first one got stopped out. Second one, scale out. Third one, TP. Okay. And what you'll find is doing the right thing in the beginning, right, is always hard. It doesn't taste good. And that has to do with us as human beings always going to gravitate towards the negative. We have an appetite for destruction. We have an appetite to satisfy flesh by default. Right, so eating clean, and until it becomes a habit, it's hard. You have to will yourself. You have to fight. You have to avoid. You have to do so many things just to build that habit, and eventually turn it into a lifestyle. And your brain will fight against you. All right, the way the brain is designed, it likes the path of least resistance. It doesn't like anything uncomfortable. If it was up to your brain, it would just be cake and ice cream, wake up at 12 o'clock. Okay, we're starting to go here. We're above that PMH on SPY. Qs are starting to go. It looks like the Dow's a little contained here. IWM hit as well. Look at that. Look at that. So it just took some time. With Shockwave, if you extend it to 12. Okay, if you extend it to 12. You'll see that signal. Okay, you choose the window. You can see. So this one scale out. This one hits TP. So on my end, I could have done a little better job, being a little more patient. In hindsight, I do have the luxury of hindsight now. But the reality of the situation is, did look good here, did look good there. Okay, but in hindsight, this mess takes place, and some two clean opportunities come to fruition. So if it's going to move, guys, Shockwave will put you in position. That's all you can ask for. It's going to require discipline, of course. It's going to require you to be patient. And it's going to require for you to trust the system. And look at this. This one's about to go to 2R. Okay. Calls came in at 11:32. Yeah, pharma commercials, they always make it catchy. They always make it catchy. SpaceX IPO, I'm not sure what the ticker is. If it was up to me, I would make this ticker SPC. SPC, let's see. Or make it a moon. Or Mars. I believe it can only be 4 letters. So the ticker... looks like it's going to be SPAX, possibly. SPAX. All right, there it goes. Look at the VIX, guys. VIX is headed back to 23. It's at 23.50. If that folds, PMH holds. So the only thing available, if you're trying to catch this, is that PMH retest key zone right there. EMA trails in. It might be SPAX, but it's not available yet. Not available yet. So it's deceiving because it looks like we're just a bunch of noise. Look how ugly things are. Beautiful job, Tom. Just saw your message. Good day today. Made over 200%. Too good to be true. I'm out of here. You take it easy, Tom. Great job. Did you take this last one right here? That nice little break. That was nice. Anyone else? Who else is done? We'll do the poll here. We'll do the poll here. 100% I had before bypass. Okay. We'll do the poll here shortly, and we'll do a giveaway as well. This is just a grind higher trend, so it'll be tough to go for a mean reversion unless we get until 12:30. Okay, you can see how we played with these highs. We came into it, we broke, no reversion, continue push. So we have a shallow bounce here. And we have the healthy all the way down here. All right, if we're going to respect this continue push higher, we are encountering this. We did encounter that 2350 on the VIX. We're starting to push. Surprisingly, crude is still hanging around near that 100 level, below 100. And the VIX is the one that completely collapsed. And you can see SPY, guys. SPY took flight. Okay, SPY took flight. So a 200 EMA visitation at some point in time. That 50 is starting to curl up. That weekly upside breaker. Remember that engulfing candle on the weekly? Okay, that's coming up if we can take out those highs. That was on watch from this morning. New hourly candle here, a 12 o'clock candle. So these highs, guys, these highs are not only the hourly high, bottom of the hour, they're also the 4-hour high. Okay, 4-hour hourly highs are right there. $350, bought 3 contracts by put April 10th, so that gives you about next week's contracts. Is that next Friday's or next Wednesday or Thursday's contracts? 650s. Okay, good hedging there. Friday, okay. Good. Are you looking to hold that during the long weekend? Patel. Okay, nice. Now all you need is something positive related to the war in Iran. The president to say something positive at 9 p.m. today. And if it gaps up tomorrow, you'd be in tremendous. Or you want him to say something negative. War maybe tries to escalate, get back above 100 on crude. VIX, see if VIX can get back above that 24, 25. We'll be good to go. Don't forget you're going on the other side. Okay, could have made 50K from 14K bet, but recovered loss from stop loss, 1K on top of it today. Good. So recovery is very important. Market will do some profit taking, 23% retracement. What level do you have that at? Do you have it above 658.95? So this is the 50% retrace on the monthly candle. So if we get to this level here, guys, we're in the heart, right at the middle of March's range. For us to go engulfing on the weekly, right here. Okay. 662.61. We're not too far away from it. We're about $4 away from it. We're about $4 away from it. Okay. Now let's see again. 150 likes, guys. 150 likes. We'll do the giveaway. We'll do 2 giveaways today. We will do 2 giveaways. If you're just jumping in, let us know where you're joining from. We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. If you want to join us with the delay-free, ad-free stream, along with access to all the features of our Discord. Okay. The next 2 days will be the last 2 days to join at this current price. Okay. So I have the premium version of the Discord, premium version of TradingView, and I believe TradingView has an Easter sale. Okay. So that might be a good pickup. Yeah. So the membership to our membership fee is less than TradingView. TradingView is $59 a month. I don't see the Easter sale. $80 off. Huh. I don't see it. I already locked in Black Friday. I just do it yearly. Welcome, Liz from Texas. Let us know where you're joining from, guys. If you're a first-time viewer, long-time viewer, but you haven't been active in the chat, let us know where you're joining from. Let us know. We have people joining us from all over the world, across all the states. I don't think we have anyone joining us from located in South America or Central America. Okay, we've had Africa before. We've had, of course, Australia. We had the whole Eurasia region. North America. Mississippi, Boulder, Colorado. So we'll look to wrap it up today at 1 o'clock, guys. We'll do the giveaway here shortly. Market will get some puts, okay? Our stock's still vulnerable. And this is the kind of action, okay? ATR is below $1. So all of March, ATR, normal ATR is between 120 and 140. All right. If you were joining us during the summer months, we've traded ATR conditions below 40. Below 40. We've seen that before. So, okay, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's starting to wake up. Sleeping giant. NVIDIA broke above PMH. See if we can hold 177.30. NVIDIA scale out. Let's do the end of stream poll as well, guys. Okay. If you're done for the day, answer the poll question. It's voluntary. Just gives me a good feel of how everyone is doing. That'll be available for 4 hours. Okay, did take 3 trades. All 3 trades stopped out today. Broadcom starting to go as well. Okay, Toronto. We got Toronto in the chat. What part of Toronto? East, west. I actually grew up in Toronto. Fellow Torontonian in the chat. So I grew up in the downtown area, and then I moved to, or my family moved to Scarborough area. Did you guys, my Canadians, did you guys see the bill that passed in Canada? There's a bill that passed in Canada. All right. Look up the bill. Bill C9. Bill C9. Not good, guys. Thoughts on support of previous resistance, 650? Yeah, 650 is all the way down here. All right, it's going to take us some time to get to 650s. But yeah, that's legit, but that would require us to fall off a cliff. Right now, the test that's underway is at PMH. PMH 90-man on the 5. And that's target, that first target. This here, shallow. This is just shallow area. That's what's being tested right now. Let's see if we can get a nice little bounce off that level. And see if that can fuel us back into that 658.08, which is the hourly breaker. Hourly breaker, 9 EMA test in there as well. 5 minute, we're selling off aggressively on the Qs. Qs are also testing their 9. Give it about 3 to 5 minutes in this area, and we'll see who will dictate the pace there. Okay, we get that 5 minute closure, complete closure. You can see a push to the downside with some follow through. If you're trading the 5, you're just looking for hammers. Hammer time. A 2 candlestick combination. Either a 2-1-2, stay inside and break the top of that candle, or some sort of hammer stick, a hammer candlestick hammer combination. This is shallow. Shallow means this is a very shallow retracement, right? So when a trend is very strong, sometimes what happens is it doesn't come into the deep retracements. So think of healthy as a deep retracement. Sometimes when this trend is very strong, all it does is shallow retracements. So you can be sitting there all day for a healthy, deeper retracement, but never comes to fruition. So you have to have the ability to identify shallow areas for scalps. Okay. We're starting to see the IW sell off here as well on the 5. 15 was starting to push back the downside. Okay, let's go to the game plan chart real quick. We can't stray too much from the game plan chart. Game plan chart, we're right at the heart of the weekly POC. So last week's POC, okay? We're right there. That's like a hard line in the sand. Okay, so right now what's up for grabs is this key zone right here. Whoever can declare victory on that zone will dictate the pace everywhere price goes. If bulls can hold this, we start to gravitate back towards here. If we slice and dice through this, we fail to hold the 9, we can start to work our way to 575.06, 675.06. Q selling off. The Dow is still inside on the 5. Still inside on the 5. At 150 likes, guys. Let's get 150 likes. 150 likes. We'll do the giveaway. We'll do 2 giveaways at that time. Let's see if we can hit that by 1:30. So let us know in chat. Let us know in the chat if you're bullish off of this shallow zone or if you're bearish. Bullish or bearish here. Into 12:30. So for the next 13 minutes, okay, would you be bullish or bearish here? All right, I'll map out I'll let you know what's going on. The crude is above 100. VIX is starting to climb. Okay, SPY is testing that 9 EMA and that PMH. So bullish or bearish. If you're a trend follower, then this you'd be bullish here. Okay, so what you're looking for here is that potential higher low. Let's see, get that hammer on that 9. We need crude to start to fade. See if crude can get back below 100 and VIX stay below this 375. Bullish, bearish, bullish. Okay. Look at the Qs. Qs are starting to bounce off 9 EMA as well. There we go. $660. Now the market is free to jump up or down. Roll my 650 puts to 610. You give more time for retrace. There is no way that 300-point vertical spike goes without a sizable retrace, at least 23%, which will bring back to 651.38. 30% is 647. A lot of opportunities today, even though green did not capitalize as I should. Very disappointed. Terrible performance on my part. Yeah, I mean, this kind of action, guys, don't be too hard on yourself. It's a very, if you're able to navigate through this and green, right, job done. Even if you're red, if you got stopped out, okay. If you're containing your red, meaning you're not letting that blow over and you're not over trading. That's fair, right? Because look at this. This is a mess. If you're just Shockwave 15, purely Shockwave 15, okay, you get stopped out here. Okay, it works out there, so you get back 1R, so you cover that loss, and then it goes scale out TP. So Shockwave provided 3 ideas, 1 stop out, 2 of them worked out, 1 scale out, 1 TP. Okay. We're closing in on 4,330 subs. Let's get it done. The interesting stat is still more than 60%, like 63% of the people who tune in are not subscribed. We cannot scale out if it's one contract. Yeah, I hear you. So if it's one contract, it's just one shot, one kill. Okay, so it's going to come down to this zone, the shallow zone. We made a pretty substantial move to the upside so far. So who wants it more? That's what it's going to come down to. Crude is hovering above 100. So if you're looking to play the breakdown, you want the shallow you want the bulls to overtake the shallow. You want crude to start working its way to 150, 150, $100.50, and close to that 101. And you want the VIX to get above that 23.75 and try to work its way to 24. Right, but very herky-jerky in this area. Herky-jerky. Confidence is still moderate, slight bull edge for market bias. Trend here, it's mixed. We have 2 going up, 2 going down. We will break this down in the webinar, guys. Okay, we will break all this down in the webinar and how to use it this Friday. So for the ones who did purchase the Shockwave 15 this Friday, we will have the webinar. And the link to the webinar is in the WAP. Okay, if you can't attend, it will be recorded. We will host maybe 3 of these webinars to give you a chance to attend live, and all 3 of them will be recorded. All right, so we can take your questions. I can help with help you with setting it up. Okay, so make sure to attend the webinars. If you do get a Shockwave, that's going to help you get all your questions answered. How to set it up? What does each filter mean? Down goes the Dow. Down goes the Dow. Do we actually have breaking news this time, or is it just
Q1 of last year, and in March of last year, ahead of the expectation that the Trump administration...
Okay, Q1 U.S. sales down for GM. Anyone in the automotive sales industry? What's the overall feel in that sector? The Dow's falling off a cliff. Okay, if crude falls below 100, where VIX is doing what it needs to do, Dow's dropping. Or if we have any auto sales people, how's it looking like? Keep in mind, guys, whatever industry you operate in, you have specialty knowledge. You have specialty knowledge, whatever industry you operate in for that said industry. So feel free to chime in. Market is horrible right now for car sales. Independent wholesaler, used and pre-owned. It looks like used cars are really enjoying these kind of conditions, because some stats say the used car market is actually hot in relation to the new car market. Everyone wants used. Huh. So you work directly at Ford dealership? Carvana would be possible if it was the case. Yeah, that's one. That's very true. I believe CarMax, Carvana. There's a couple of other named as well. Look at the VIX. Look at the VIX now starting to climb. Look at Mr. Crude. But even though it starts to go, right, you can get one of these candles. Okay. If we get back above that PMH, we're still sitting right at that 9. It's tax season right now in comparison to most years during this time. Right now, it's trash. Yeah, the consumers, right, are the heartbeat, and that's what makes the engine go. So if spending slows down, everything slows down. The primary driver of our economy is spending. Spend. Leverage and spending. Okay, 5 minute continues to push lower. Crude is about to peak below that 100. It's at 122 cents. Done for the day. Beautiful job, Hussein. Who else is done for the day? So curveball today to kick off April. I underwrite auto loans on my days off of the big 3. I noticed that high FICO customers are faring better than subprime customers. The negative equity that I'm seeing is crazy high on many applications. So are they using their negative equity to get into a deal for another car? Like say they have a vehicle they want to get into another vehicle, but they have a vehicle in which they owe money on. So they sell that vehicle to said dealer, have the negative equity, and that just rolls into the loan of another car. That's tough. April Fool's Day. Destination Crazy Land. Let's do the giveaway here, guys. We have 150. Let's see how many likes we got. We're at 120. Let's get a couple more likes to 150. We'll do 2 giveaways, and then we'll look to wrap up. Nice breakdown there off that zone, as we can see. Took some time to get back below the EMA, get back below shallow. And it looks like he wants to head towards that 657.06. Second shift highs. Second shift highs. Yeah, it's tough. Okay, there goes the breakdown. Look at the VIX. Look at crude. If crude gets back gets back below 100, it's 18 cents away. That can lead us to get below this level here. And possibly get attracted to this healthy territory. There it goes. What is VWAP? VWAP is volume weighted average price. Or are you asking where is VWAP? VWAP, we have quite a ways away to get to VWAP. 655, 67 is VWAP. So first things first is 657.06. Okay, that is going to be an area where bulls will look to protect. So if you're short, the last thing you want to see is hammers on the 5. Hammer on the 5, and then so VWAP is volume weighted average price. So it takes the average price along with the volume, and it gives you a level. Volume weighted average price. So there's ways traditionally used: bullish above VWAP, bearish below VWAP. That's how most traders use it. Some traders use VWAP as a magnet. So a area on the chart where we can see a decisive, where we can see a decision being made. So if we're away from VWAP, a gravitation back towards VWAP. Right, so it just depends on how you decide to use it. For the ones who use VWAP as a landmark for bias, okay, if it's above VWAP, you don't take any puts, you don't take any shorts. Below, you take those shorts. But if you have that line of thinking, that means you can't take any mean reversion setups. Right? That means you are more of a continuation trader, you're more of a trend trader. If you ascribe to that line of thinking fundamentally. Because if you take the mean reversions, then that would mean that you're not using the VWAP as a bias. You're using VWAP for bias purposes. VWAP is just merely a level to potentially gauge overall sentiment, to gauge trend direction, and to have like a magnet that price can eventually gravitate towards and create separation away from. So it just depends on how you decide to use it. But most are taught traditionally to use it for bias, for their bias. And I would say this. What you realize is, when you start trading for some time, the best shorts are when price is above VWAP. The best longs are when price is below VWAP. Not anywhere, but when you combine a handful of things, when you look for a setup, right? But if you ascribe to that line of thinking where, hey, you know what, I can only take the VWAP, which there's nothing wrong with that line of thinking. as long as you see it through, but you're limiting the trades that you do take. Okay? Because most of us are taught calls above VWAP, puts below VWAP, which is a huge blanket statement. Okay? Bayar, UPTI, lower BTC. Okay, where did this drop to? This shallow dropped into here, 657.06. Buyer step in. Okay, so your window to operate is here. So again, this is the scalper. Here, it's giving you a window to operate. If you get the breakdown, here's your business hours. Okay, you're short for a few minutes. Okay, 32 cents. Because the higher trend, the bigger trend is still intact. Okay, the bigger trend is still intact. Now we got that hammer break. We go the other way. All right. The bigger trend is still intact. Let's see how many likes we got, guys. 150 likes. We'll do the giveaway. We'll do 2 giveaways. We're about 20 or so likes away. Let's get it done. We have close to 200 people joining us. 178 people. So if you haven't already, smash the like button. We'll do 2 giveaways here. Same like the cloud. Yeah, the cloud, the EMA clouds. Yeah, so same thing. So those work well for trends. Same thing as EMAs, all right? So EMAs, trend days, they'll give you the good gauge of the trend. They'll give you nice entries on pullbacks. Moderate bullish. Confidence score, 63%. That 4-hour breaker, we're still inside on the hours up here. 4-hour breaker, 1-hour breaker. So I have a new 4-hour candle, H4 plus H1. So those 2 levels converge. Okay, that's all the way up there. Requirement for the giveaway, just put your name in the chat, and that's it. Okay, giveaways for the course. We'll talk about that here shortly. We'll give it until 1:45, guys. We'll do the giveaway at 12:45, I should say. We'll do the giveaway at 1 o'clock, and we'll look to wrap up around that time as well. Okay, so it's going to come down to either 1 or 2. If we get to 150 likes, we'll do 2. We have fewer than 150 likes. We'll just do 1. Just like trading volume profile, exactly. So at 12:45, we'll start collecting the names. Okay, and you guys know the protocol. If you're a striker, the giveaways for the live bootcamp coming up. Folks on YouTube, the giveaways for the 5-hour Against Our Day Trading course. All right, so hold off on putting your names right now. At 12:45, you can start putting your names in. And then we'll spin the wheel and do the giveaway. Yeah, volume profile. If we do, the cool thing is you can utilize a lot of these things shift to shift. Okay. All right, since we're trading shift to shift, if you just get the profile for each shift or the whole day, it's really completely up to you. But if we just get the volume profile from previous shift, okay, POCs all the way up there. Okay, so POC, the point of control, where the most amount of volume took place. If we would do it for the whole day, we'll probably see POC, okay? We'll probably see POC in this healthy territory. There's a good chance we can see POC in that healthy territory. In that general territory, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, highs and lows of the day. Where's POC? Okay, POC is slightly above healthy. All right, so you can see there's a few ways you can use volume profile. All right. If you're looking for areas to have entries, you can use entries, reactions off of course, POC, value area high, value area low. But if you're looking to play breakdowns, once POC is broken, what you want to see is areas where there's very shallow volume. Okay, you want to see areas like this where the volume is very shallow. When it's shallow like this, there's a good chance, if the conditions are ideal, there's room for it to really drop. Okay, there's room for it to really drop. If those levels, take it level by level, of course, but if those levels continues to get broken, there's room for it to drop. For if you're using profile. Okay, for this specific one, I don't have the VAH and VAL. Okay, value area high, value area low. Okay, but that's how you can utilize volume profile. Nice little baby flag right there. Does that lead us into 658.08? Continue to push. POC's point of control. Do we put your name? Yeah, so you're gonna, when I say put your names in the chat, you just put your names in the chat. Here, don't put your names yet, so I can have I can collect all the names just in a few minutes here, in about 2 minutes. I just want to see if we get to 150 likes. We'll talk about, of course, the ways to join our community. We'll talk about Shockwave 15, and we'll take any other questions. We'll do the giveaway. We'll wrap up the stream around 1 o'clock, and then we'll go for a little bit in our Discord, field any questions, and then we'll look to wrap up everything. Okay? Lotto, it's tough to do Lotto now, but if you mean reversion, if it gets above that, falls back below it, back into shallow, or holding off or waiting all the way until power hour. Okay. Who else is done for the day, guys? If you're done for the day, poll question. Who has a big? Let's see if we can get at least 10 votes. So far, 75%. So tomorrow will be the bounce back. Okay, I see you, Lee. I see you, Judith, Sebastian, Riri. Folks in the Discord, you can feel free to start putting your names. I'll start off there. Okay. In the meantime, let's take a listen to our healthcare turnaround brewing, our friends.
You hope that that's a bad sale because that means the rest of your position moves higher. You don't want to look like a hero and say, I sold 20% of the position. It was a great sale. Well, you stuck with the other 80%. I'm glad I maintained the rest of the positioning. This looks to me like it's breaking out to levels we have not seen since 2021 for the XBI.
Jenny, you have a fair amount of healthcare, medical device names in your book.
We've got everything from Pfizer, Bristol Myers, Glaxo in the international portfolio, Regeneron, Thermo. And what I like about these here and now is that when we're talking about this environment with so much uncertainty, these are stocks that are trading at pretty big discounts comprehensively to the broader market, huge free cash flow yields. Many of them have huge dividends, but you know that their products aren't being replaced by AI. And even if the consumer weakens, even if we have like higher oil prices for a long time, everything they make is still going to be needed. So I like it as a stable, cash flow oriented part of the portfolio.
Again, strikers, if you want to get involved in the giveaway, just put your names in. Well, we'll start off with everyone in the community already to ensure I don't miss anyone. I got all the names up until Bola. I got you, Lee. Okay, so again, feel free to put it in. And on the Discord, I got all the way into trade wins. Got it all the way there. Okay, these are the days, okay, where you have to play defense. Don't let the frustration boil over if you're getting stopped out. All right, it's going to test your patience. So very important that you do the right thing. Okay, very important that you do the right thing. Carlos, Brandon B. B, is it Brandon or Brendan? Brandon B, okay. Is that Megan Kelly, like the anchor? Okay, got you. Megan. This slow grind. We haven't seen a low ATR day like this all of March. Spies cut my portfolio like a late knife, but okay, you aced the exam. That's great. Physics. So it looks like SPY is harder than physics. Right. But you've been doing a tremendous job in March, Sancho. So, and great job on the exam. What's harder, SPY or physics? Not really for, just a fan. SPY or physics? I would say SPY might be the hardest subject. Because you can get the answer right, still be wrong. All right, let's get all the names in the Discord first, and we'll jump over to YouTube. So folks on YouTube, again, put your names in chat. I will be collecting names until 1 o'clock. $150 likes, 2 giveaways, 100 likes, less than 150, 1 giveaway. Not really her, just her fan. All right, let's jump over to YouTube. Okay, we're going to first get started with... Okay, we're going to get started with Shaz. We got you, Shaz. We're going to go with Shaz. We're going to go with Neon Sun. We're going to go with, we got Liz from Texas. Corinne, Trevor, Ricky G, Manny M, okay, got you. Viganu, Mercy, Marty, got you. Arnie, got you. John G, Jeff B, Carlos L, Ricky G, got you. Ricky G, John G, got you. How's it going, Fishman from North Carolina? Car guy, IDK, Kelly, okay. Okay, so keep putting your names into 1 o'clock. Again, if you guys want to join, YouTube does have a slight delay. There's a slight delay on YouTube for many, many reasons. Okay, because I don't want people to use it as signal. I want you to use it as an educational tool. If you want the delay-free, ad-free stream, okay, you're gonna have to be in our community. How do you join the community? Go to smartactiontrade.com, smartactiontrade.com. Go to the community tab. When you do join the community, this is what you have access to. Okay. Again, price increase coming in last 2 days. Next Monday, we will have the price increase. All right. So what do you have access to? Full access to our Discord. You have access to live trading with screen share, ad free, delay free, extended stream as well, all the way into the close. You have access to our pre-market prep stream every single morning. We have a stream at 9 a.m. We go over the game plan. We lay out the framework for the things we want to look for. We go over the scenarios, and we try to prepare ourselves as much as possible for the day. You get to be a part of that. You get access to our high win rate trade ideas, real-time options flow, AI-based trading ideas and alerts. That's for swings. That's for intraday trades. That's for scalps. Options trading beginner course, 2,000 plus hours of training video. SAT, my ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed. So yesterday, the cool thing with our newsfeed is the only thing that's faster than our newsfeed is the Bloomberg terminal. All right, so our newsfeed is very, very, very fast. Bloomberg terminal, if you want it, pay $25K a year. All right, so our newsfeed, some of our traders were able to take advantage of that pump yesterday. Okay, because the rumor came into our newsfeed before it even hit the major mainstream media. Automated technicals, you have access to all my levels, all my charts, and of course now we have the Shockwave 15 also in there. You can see it on my charts in real time. So if you don't have the indicator, you can start to see how it works, and then eventually, if you're on your own, you can go purchase it. Day swing trader setups. Most importantly, guys, you get to surround yourself with dedicated traders who are showing up every day, looking to improve, share their ideas, all right, and help one another, all right. Reach one, teach one. Iron sharpens iron. That's the kind of community we're cultivating. We've been cultivating from day one. We'll continue to cultivate. All right. So this is a process over profits type driven community. Education. We're heavy on education as well. And of course, expanding tools and resources. All this you have access to for the next couple of days. Okay. For $50 a month, use the code TRIAL30. You can get it for about $40 a month. That price that you do lock in is the price you pay regardless of price increase you're grandfathered in. Monday comes around, a new price will be available. Yearly, what's the benefit of the yearly? You save 4 months, okay? So you're only billed for 8 months instead of 12 months, and you have a boot camp ticket as well as a coaching call. For those of you who did get the yearly, again, you can book the coaching call anytime. Send me a DM, and then we can get that scheduled. We can get that situated. All right, so that's available. That's how you join. That is pinned in the chat in the Discord, in the YouTube. So that's pinned in the chat. If you're looking to get your hands on Shockwave 15 Pro, if you're going to read about it, if you're a first time, continue to watch a couple of our episodes, see how it works. If you've been watching for some time, you have an opportunity to get your hands on this very, very powerful system, very powerful indicator. Okay. It helps you trade the opening range. Okay. Takes the guesswork out of the technicals. You still have to have an understanding of the technicals, but you're no longer indecisive. It draws your risk, your reward, gives you the high probability setup. You follow it. Okay, you trade it to a T. You be disciplined. It will give you that's gonna be the best way for you to hit that goal. All right, that's available. Early bird special, 29 days. Okay, the whole month of April. That's available. You can also grab that. Go to smartactiontrade.com. Click here. You have access to it. All right, one payment of $4.97. You have access to it for the lifetime of you using TradingView. All right, there's no monthly fee. It's just one-time payment. That's equivalent to 3 DTE, 0 DTE contracts. All right, so you're going to have to invest in yourself and your tools to capitalize off the opportunities. So I would say this is the best trade you're going to take. Okay, that's the best trade you're going to take. Okay, you can easily be down $500, $600, but you might as well invest in a tool. You can also use our site, okay, comprehensive site. You can do your technicals quickly there. Get a quick overview of the technicals. Okay, you can switch the time frame, break a news feed, economic calendar, heat map as well. So you can see the heat map. If we just take a look at it, semiconductors are starting to push, and my watch list as well, index ETFs. That's all on the site. You can take a look at it. Okay, terrific. The 12 most important names from my standpoint in the stock market sectors, all organized for you. So you can use our site as a source as well. That's available to you. So if you do want to join, that's pinned up in the comments. Okay, pinned to the comments if you do want to join. All right, that's how you join. And now that we talked about how to join the community, we're going to do the giveaway here. You're looking for a voice only. So you can do the Google Meets. If you want me to go on voice only, I can go on voice as well. So what I noticed is I was going on voice in the Discord. There was not a lot of people joining us on voice. But if there was a demand for me to jump on voice, I don't mind also going on voice. That doesn't take anything from me as well. So if you want to join via audio only, via Discord, I can make that available as well. We had that before, but no one is there. A majority of our team members are on Google Meets. All right, so if you want the voice, I can also get that activated for you. Okay, did not see voice only with commercials. So if you're looking for the delay-free ad-free stream, that's going to be under live trading. Okay, under live trading. Right here, this red tab under live trading. Every single morning, I drop the link here. I also drop it in the WOOP. Okay, in the WAP, I drop the link in the WAP as well. And I try to get the link there as early as possible. Okay, more names. We got Reese. Keep putting your names in for the last few seconds here, and then we'll do the giveaway, guys. Annie, Reese, Thomas. If you need help, and if you did join the Discord, I know not everyone is used to navigating Discord. If you need any help, just send me a DM. Create a ticket in the Discord. Send me a DM a WAP, and I'll be more than willing to get you situated. Okay, but you definitely want to be on the delay-free ad-free. Some of our team members do join on YouTube as well. They like the YouTube. Okay, got you, Brad. Yeah, so you can also use Google Meets or voice, whichever one. Anyone else joining? Manny, let's see, Manny. I got you, Manny, yep. Manny M got you. Anyone else want to be part of the giveaway? So far, these are the names I got. I got Lee, Judith, Sebastian, Riri, Arnie, Bola, Jake, Nikhil, Tradewinds, Carlos, Brandon B, Megan, Kelly, Shaz, Neon Sun, Liz, Corinne, Trevor, Ricky G, Manny, Viganu, Mercy, Marty, John G, Jeff B, Carlos L, Car Guy, Kelly, Nia, Reese, Annie, Thomas, and Brad. Jamila. Okay, I got you, Jamila. Any other strikers want to jump in? Let me check the chat. Wayne B. Got you, Wayne. If Google Meets, if we exceed 100 people on Google Meets, guys, we're probably gonna have to move to Zoom. So I was on Zoom a while back. I do like to use Google Meets because it comes with the Google Suites. All right, so that can be an option. What is your name? You have to tell me what your name is. Okay, I can't write your name in if you don't put the name in. NSIB1 VS. We just a grind higher. Just grind higher. For those of you who traded with me during the summer months, this is a trip down memory lane. Right. Once in a while, we'll get these parabolic days, parabolic push days, but everything else was just this kind of action. Okay, I got Nina. I got Nina. Jamila. Okay, I got everyone so far. All right. Let's spin the wheel. Let's take away our friends at CNBC real quick. Let's have this open just in case if something does take place. Thank you very much. All right. If we're at 150 likes, we'll do 2. If we're at under 150 likes, we'll do 1 giveaway. All right. Let me check real quick. Okay, we're just shy of 150. We're at 134. Okay, so let's spin the wheel. Our rules are this. If you win, I'll send you a link to send me a DM. Send me the DM with the code word within 24 hours. The sooner the better. And then I'll send you the link to your prize. No strings attached. No payment information needed. Okay, the only reason why you need to join the free tier is to contact me to claim your prize. All right? Nice push on the Qs here. Qs are high day. SPYs are high day. Dow not there yet. IW not there yet. So we're seeing divergence between mega cap and S&Ps versus the Dow and IWM. Small caps. All right. Today, the winner is, let me just check one more time the chat. Okay, so no one else. All right, so the winner is, first winner. SPY is starting to go. Winner is Sebastian. Okay, Sebastian is the winner. So send me a DM. Send me a DM, Sebastian. I'll post a link to where you can send me a DM. Code word for today is bulls. Okay, send me a DM. Free Discord. Code word bulls. All right, hourly broke, 4 hour broke. We're officially directional. Slow grind uptrend. Slow grind uptrend. Trend is still intact. 63% confidence. Bullish bias. Strong bull control. Okay. I'm going to drop the link here for you to send me the DM, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, here's a link. All right, so we haven't seen a day like this in a long time. Slow grind higher type of price profile. Well, if you haven't seen it before, now you've seen it. The question becomes, is this the kind of activity we see in April? Still early to call it. March has been the theme for March. If I can put it in a few words, is the month of gaps. Okay, we were gapping up or down every single day. So you can see that nice little hammer off the EMAs, off the waves, reclaim of that PMH. But that move, okay, just to give you some context, that's a dollar move. Look how long it took. It took a whole 35 minutes, close to 40 minutes for a dollar move. Okay, minus today, dollar move, we were seeing that, okay, in less than 10 minutes. So is this a sneak peek of what April has in store? Okay, could be. I'd probably say it's still a little too early to call it because we have to give it the benefit of the doubt. Okay, holiday, short week. So we'll see. First week of April. Okay, we're going to see what kind of action we're going to have in front of us. All right, is it going to be gap up, gap downs? Is it going to be slow pace grinds, periods of chop, breakouts, and slow pace grind higher, grind lower with low ATR, low VIX? If it is, we'll make the proper adjustment. The cool thing is we navigated through all the conditions. We've seen it all. That's why I say every time, guys, if you're going through a certain week or certain experience that you haven't been through, even though you might be getting beat up, okay, still make those notes. Make sure you're learning. Because it's going to come back around. It's going to come back around. You'll have a chance to take advantage of it. Okay? So very, very important. Almost bearish bear. Almost. The only cons I got are puts for April 10th, close everything. So I think you and Patel, April 10th. If you get a gap down tomorrow, that'd be great. So all eyes on that 200 EMA. 200 EMA on the daily is going to be on focus. What main stock would you look at to help you see where IWM is moving? So the interesting thing with IWM, okay, so we know the composition of SPY. All right, so it's very important. We have these four big names, four big ETFs. These are the big four. We have SPY. We have the QQQ, which is a reflection of is a NASDAQ ETF. We have DIA, Dow Jones ETF, and we have Russell 2000, which is a small caps ETF. All right, so the thing with the small caps are on an island of their own. The reason why I say that is because when we take a look at it from an ETF perspective, everything in the small caps are companies that have not proven themselves yet and are not in the Dow, are not in the S&P, and are not in the Qs. The companies that are in these names, in these three ETFs, they're proven. The only difference between these three is the distribution. Okay, of course we know we'll say QQQ here. QQQ is more tech heavy. Okay, so think of QQQ as aggressive. Think of three siblings. Okay, QQQ is aggressive, more volatile. Okay. You have on the other side of the spectrum, you have DIA, which is more conservative. A lot of the blue chip companies are here. Okay, it's more diversified. It represents the entire market more holistically, from a more balanced view. And then you have SPY in between, who's a hybrid. Okay, the reason why it's leaning towards being a hybrid is because in the last decade we're seeing the top 10 names in SPY are related to technology names. All right, so all these three, they generally move, okay, not in the exact same direction, but they generally move in the same direction. When they move in the same direction, okay, outside of rotation, outside of sector rotation, we can kind of just throw off which kind of leads to one moving before the other, or one moving against the other. That's the only time we can start to see them. So with these three, when it's synchronized buying, when it's a risk off, risk on, synchronized buying, synchronized selling, they move in the same page. Okay, tit for tat. When it's rotation, they tend to move in different ways, or they become laggards and leaders. On the other hand, with the IWM in this corner, IWM is not tied to these guys. IWM is its own sibling. So these are three brothers or three siblings, and let's just think of this as a step sibling. Okay, these three have biological relation. This one is a legal relation, because IWM is composed of small cap names, and those small cap names is made up of 2,000 individual names, and those 2,000 individual names are evenly distributed. So no one name is greater than 5%, makes up 5%, or represent 5% of IWM. On the other hand, for the Qs, we know the top 5, okay, we'll go as far as say the top 10 names in the Qs make up close to 50% of the entire Qs. Same thing goes for SPY, same thing goes for the Dow. But the names in the Qs, NVIDIA is a key name in the Qs. NVIDIA is in the Dow. Microsoft is another name in the Qs. Microsoft is in the Dow, but it doesn't have that larger exposure. It doesn't make a larger piece of the Qs. Same thing. So in general, they have some of the similar names, but the Qs don't have the healthcare industrial names because this is tech focused. But SPY does. That's why SPY is the hybrid. Okay, so volatile brother, more conservative brother, and middle child. And then IWM is kind of the step, right? So they can all coexist. They can all live under one household, but they all have different characteristics based on their genetic traits. Okay, so now with this one, IWM comes into the picture as a way to gauge sentiment. We can use it as a sentiment gauge, and sometimes it moves in accordance with everything else, right? When there's rotation or where there's risk off, risk on. Okay, so IWM is not its own thing. It kind of still exists with these three right? But it doesn't have the same makeup. It doesn't have the same makeup as these three. Okay, so hopefully that helps classify the big four. So if you're looking to trade IWM, the question was, what can you use to gauge IWM? You can gauge everything else from a rotational standpoint. More than likely, if we see mega cap tech, if the Qs run IWM, just think of IWM as the technology companies, small cap companies, healthcare companies that have not proved themselves yet. So the overall sentiment will have to be in a risk-on sentiment for IWM to start to run. Right? That's why IWM is more sensitive to the interest rates. Okay. SNDK. So let me know if that answers your question, Mr. Basketball 2023. SNDK, guys, about a $60 move on SNDK. Shockwave hits, leaves the station, never returns. To give you some context, SNDK. Okay, contracts are $16 per con. Okay. IV is 100%. Spreads are $100. Okay, so $16 per con at the money. These are for the 2-day DTEs. These are for the, the 1-day DTEs. Okay, so that's about $1,600 per contract. Okay, you get 10 contracts, right, about 16K. All right, so SNDK, you do pay a heavy toll for it. But if it goes, it goes. You just have to be okay with that $100 spread. So when you enter at the ask, right, you are going to, if you want to get filled automatically, you're going to be down $100 out the gate. If you try to get filled at the bid or the mid, there's no guarantee you get filled. All right. Yes, it did. Cool. All right. Good. So I'm glad that made sense. Any other questions, guys, as this continues to push higher? SNDK, you can see. So that's the whole point of Shockwave. The whole point of Shockwave is to give you the entry and something that's moving. So the signal came in here at 10:02. 10:02, you take it at 10:02. Scale out TP if you're still holding. Right? Theoretically, you'd be up $30. But if you just took it to profit, that's about $17. Okay. $17, 50 delta, that's basically $50 per dollar. So 50 times 17. So about $8.50. Okay, so yeah. So basically about $850 per contract at a 50 delta. Okay. What causes the signal to trigger? So it's a multitude of things. It has to do with levels. It has to do with market conditions. It has to do with the price action in that territory. It has to do with the volume as well. So there's 8 things that takes into consideration rather than just a break. So most indicators will just say if it breaks, it goes. This one takes a lot of things into consideration. Market context is critical. It's a synchronized buying, synchronized selling, so it'll give you a grade. And then when it deems it as a setup, you'll see it to start forming. Okay, sometimes what happens is you get the signal. You get the signal, but the candle is still open and the signal will disappear because it's still calculating. Once this risk reward box comes in, okay, that means signal is there. right? And then that means the risk can be allocated at that particular time. So it takes all those things into consideration. That's what makes it so unique. Okay, there is one particular chart that I want to go bring to your attention to before I wrap up. Okay, I want to go take your attention to, who remembers this hourly chart? You know what, I'm going to open up here. I'm going to open it here. So remember the hourly chart? So this is where SPY is currently. I'm really liking this new Firefox feature, guys. I love how I might be late to the party, but I love how the browser splits. All right. Really, really cool feature. Ah, okay, guys. We are in action. Look where we are. We've been trading in this channel since February. Here we are. We're at the resistance of this channel. We're holding currently on the 4 hour. Barring some sort of gap down, or barring some sort of sell-off late day. All right, let's drop down to the hourly. It looks like we're holding at that current area. Okay, the only thing that needs to take place now, if you're bearish, is we need to get back below this level immediately, aka within tomorrow. If not, if we start getting to these highs, okay, okay, our first market structure shifts can take place. All right, so ideally, what would be the best path that can give us an opportunity, okay, for some swings, is if we could collide with this zone up here. Okay, let me explain it to you. Where's my drawing tool? Okay, we've been selling off. Now we're breaking. So let it go into this territory and start to fade slightly. Based on the fade, that right shoulder is going to be the $1 million question. Where is the right shoulder? If it fades into this territory, as long as these lows don't get taken out, we're looking for that right shoulder. So right shoulder formation for that inverse head and shoulder. If it just decides to go, meaning just decides to go, okay, we have retest off this level, and that 200 EMA comes into play. Okay, now we just need to hold, right? That 200 EMA right now. Are you guys seeing this? 200 EMA right now. Okay, so now let's go back to this chart. Here we go. So if we can hold that 200 MA, our next test becomes this territory. If we get past this with one swift move, all right, then we can start to break out of this channel. So 200 MA is going to be the key battleground for the rest of the day and closing out this week. Okay, because we're on the verge of breaking out of this channel since February. We're on the verge of potentially shifting this structure. All right, so I do want to bring that to your attention. Okay. Okay, Israel does not expect a deal to be reached between Iran and the U.S. So, if you're trading, breaking news, are planning to potentially high risk ground. That's the thing, right? This Middle East is tough, guys. All right, so technically breakout 200 MA hold. If we fall back below 200 MA, you can bundle that up with this resistance territory. We start to slide back to downside. Not good, guys. Okay. So it's going to come down to 9 p.m. today. 9 p.m. President will be speaking at 9 p.m. Okay, 9 p.m. he'll be speaking, so what he says there will be critical. So if you're trading futures, Asian session, buckle up. Buckle up. All right, buckle up. Any questions, guys? Any questions before we wrap up? Any chart requests? Actually, let's run through some charts and we'll wrap up. Okay, let's run through some tickers here and then we'll look to wrap up. Since it's a new month, we'll go over everything. Okay, we'll go over everything. So first things first, we're going to start off at the indexes. Start off at the indexes here. We're going to start off with, actually we're going to start off, we'll start with the indexes. We'll start off with our good friend SPY. Before we jump into SPY, last week I talked about how we're in a bear market for the mags. Okay, if you recall, if you tuned in last week, first to lead. So the mags were in a bear market. Magnificent 7 was in a bear market. More than 20% correction. More than a correction, bear market on mags. So for us to get out of this pickle we're in currently, Magnificent 7 need to wake up. Okay, so that's what we said last week. So Magnificent 7. This 53, 50, 55, 34 needs to hold. That's the 20% bear market level. We're coming to the highs we saw in 2025. Okay, some of these highs here. We came into that territory, and then we bounced. What is the Magnificent 7? We still have that there. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Nvidia, Meta, Tesla. Okay, those are the names. So we did see a nice little bounce on the Mag 7, and that's making everything push to the upside. Also, SMH. Semiconductors starting to bounce. Semiconductors did not come to that level. Here we go. This is what we saw last week. All right, I didn't change it. So Qs were down 10%, Mags were down 20%, XLK down 15%, SMH down 13%. Okay, this is what we have to focus on if we're going to start to have that course correction. Mags, SLK, SMH. All right. So what we're seeing now, guys, is SMH is bouncing, is recapturing that 90 MA on the weekly. Okay, nice push. It's on the verge of going engulfing. If you can get above that 4142 territory. Okay, XLK. You see how quickly things are shifting with these, especially these three. XLK is at the 20 MA on the weekly, on the verge of going engulfing. QQQ was down 10% last week. Hit the 10% threshold. Comes into 20 MA on the weekly. Starting to bounce on the verge of going engulfing. All right. So if Mags, XLK, tech sector, Magnificent 7, SMH, if those things start to go, okay, that's enough to lift everything up. Okay. MSFT, AAPL, Amazon, Nvidia, 20 MA hold on Nvidia, Tesla. Okay, looks like it wants to reclaim at 20 MA on Tesla. Right, that's what's going to come down to. Okay, so very important that we pay attention to that. As far as individual names, look at this, guys. SNDK back above 100, up 11%. SNDK back above 100. What is Asian session? Is that the MES? So Asian session is the time where the Asian market opens up. The time where the Asian market opens up. So from basically from 5 p.m. 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. So this includes Tokyo, Hong Kong, all those markets. Okay, Singapore as well. Okay. So Tokyo opens up at 7. So you have the overlap of all the sessions. So when we sleep, that's what the futures represent. When New York shuts down, when we sleep, okay, remember guys, money doesn't sleep. Right? Money doesn't sleep. Money doesn't need 8 hours of rest. All right? Money keeps going. Okay? It was here before you and I, and it will continue to be here after you and I. When we sleep, it goes. When we're awake, it goes. All right? So the natural sequence is when our markets close down, there's a brief pause, about an hour, future markets open up, and Sydney opens up. Okay? As Sydney starts waking up, Sydney opens up, and that transitions into Asia. Asian markets open up, and then that transitions into European markets. European markets open up, and each of these markets are passing it over to the next one. Okay, so the only time it's really closed for now is between the futures close and Sydney open. Okay, so the market is open for 23 hours a day. Okay, 6 days a week, the futures market. Okay, that's what Asian session is. All right, because now the reason why I highlight Asian session, because when the president is set to speak at 9 p.m. So there are futures traders who trade Asia. So that catalyst, that 9 p.m. catalyst, okay, is on watch. That's probably equivalent to Powell talking during our time, or if the president had a midday announcement. Okay. And it can depend on if it's daylight saving, if it's not daylight saving, the exact hour. Okay. Robinhood's starting to recover here as well. Nice to the 1%. Get your shopping lists out, guys. Shopping. If there are names you're paying attention to, if you liked it 6 months ago, Robinhood 65, if it can hold there. I know SoFi is very highly requested. SoFi, I believe SoFi is below 16. SoFi is testing this 200 EMA on the weekly. SoFi only has ever done that twice. Okay, SoFi is all the way down. This is my last resort EMA. Okay, last resort EMA. What EMA do you think this is? This yellow line. Okay, you guys know I like to use the 252-day EMA, so write this down. Have these EMAs as your last resort EMAs. 252 on the daily. Okay, 365 and 730. Not a lot of traders have those EMAs. 252, 365, 730. You'll understand exactly why once you put on your chart. Okay, 252, there's 252 days of the year. Trading days. So that gives us the exact 252-day EMA. The rolling basis, the average, okay, of 252 days. Okay. And 365 for an entire year. 730 is the final EMA. Okay, so SoFi is right at that 730 EMA on the daily. Only time it's done that is here and now here. So SoFi is just below 1632. So for SoFi to work its way out of here, okay, more than likely we're going to need to have to get the market to rally as well. Okay, so if anything, write those EMAs down. Those are last resort EMAs. Okay, because most people just have the 200. Now, when you think of Microsoft, Okay. This Microsoft sell-off we're seeing is so strong that it's past this 730. Okay. So what's after 730? What's after 730 if we're using that same logic? Okay. 1095. Here you go. So 1095 on Microsoft, 1095 EMA on Microsoft on the daily gives us the 3-year EMA. And that gives us 367.74. To give us some context, Microsoft has not done that. The only time Microsoft did that is 2022. Okay. And before that, 2013. I didn't even do that during COVID. Before that, the early 2010s. All right. So you're not making a decision purely based on the EMA. It just gives you an idea of where we are in relation to those levels, where we are. Where we are in relation to 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, a full trading year. That's where Microsoft is. Egregiously oversold. Microsoft is down 35%. At that EMA is down 32%. Okay, so Microsoft is definitely something. Again, I can't tell you what to buy, what to do. I'm not licensed to do that, unfortunately. But you might want to take a look at Microsoft. Okay, if you're looking for long-term holds, okay, just take a look at, do your due diligence on Microsoft. Okay, 5 years from now, you'll probably thank yourself. And the next week, of course, this war is going to be hovering over us, right? It's very important you mark out your levels, areas where you're going to get involved long-term. Okay, maybe you're waiting for 344. That would be close to 40% bear market on Microsoft. Okay. All right, so that's a quick rundown of some of the things, and we are starting to see those things bounce, and SPY on that note starting to pull back in. Okay, any questions, guys? Any questions before we wrap up? I never get any fills on extended hours. I try, never work for me. On my brokerage, IBKR, Momo, Tesla was moving in a direction. It's a good day to buy, and my puts blew up in smoking minutes. So again, if you guys are taking big losses, 8K loss there, Jamila, comes with the territory, right? I know that's probably not what people who take big losses want to hear. But it's going to be in your best interest not to chase after that loss, right? So probably the best thing to do is size down, just try to get the confidence back. More than likely, if you try to chase over leverage, it's going to do more harm. Okay, if 8K is just your standard loss within your risk, that's different. But if 8K is a substantial loss, and it took a good chunk of your portfolio, okay, don't try to fight the market back to get it back. So you should be just working on trying to regain your confidence, maybe taking a break, right? Because the market wants you to try to get it back. It's enticing you into a fight. It's an instigator. Okay. Anyways, guys, any questions? Any questions before we wrap up? Good. Yeah, the rent trading, try to avoid that by any cost. Absolutely by Design Technologies. Again, today stopped out 3 times. QQQs, there was a little bit of green. I could have took off. I was looking for 1R. The risk was wide enough to sit through 1R. Even the SPY did see a little green, single digits, but again, wanted to see if I can squeeze a little more. There were some clean opportunities. Again, just because I did get stopped out, it doesn't discount the fact that opportunities were there on the other side of patience. But a lot of patience had to be exercised. Tomorrow, looking to bounce back tomorrow. Same kind of setups. Looking to take the same kind of setups. And what the main thing I'll pay attention to tomorrow is the day before a holiday. If this kind of choppy action takes place, then maximum patience is going to be required. Okay? Maximum patience is going to be required. All right, so hopefully you guys found value from today's stream. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. At 9 p.m., Commander-in-Chief will be talking. So again, if you're trading futures, be careful during that time. Tomorrow, do we gap up? Do we gap down? Could go either way. If I am going to pay attention to a level, a bigger picture level, that one level is that 200 MA. Which side of that 200 MA do we close by the end of the week, by tomorrow? For tomorrow, 4 p.m., are we north of that 200 MA? Are we south of that 200 MA? Okay, and over the weekend, what kind of developments do we get? What kind of developments do we get in regards to the conflict in the Middle East? So a lot of conflicting reports now. A lot of conflicting reports. A lot of headlines being thrown out there. Okay, so that adds an additional layer of uncertainty for you and I. All right, so on that note, guys, thank you for tuning in. If you're interested in joining our community, take advantage. Use the code TRIAL30. That's all available to you. All right. Shockwave 15, that's available as well. Take advantage. All of that is available at smartactiontrade.com. Okay, smartactiontrade.com. That's the site. If you did join the community today or this week, welcome to the team. If you need help navigating the Discord, there's a video available to you. All right, the video right there, Discord navigation. Okay, so you guys did tremendous today. Most of the action on our members takes place during the first 2 hours. So we just zoom back and highlight some of our traders. 21% there. Patel did a phenomenal job today. Caught the Shockwave right there. Shockwave right there. Beautiful job right here. 0.3 on the day. Intel AI alert. Beautiful job, Fido. All right, so everyone is constantly sharing, constantly helping one another, constantly posting charts. So if you're just joining, okay, if you do have the opportunity to post charts, feel free. All right, this is our community. This is your community. Take advantage of all the resources. Okay, iron sharpens iron. If you see something posted, it's not about being right. Okay, we're not playing the game of who's right, who's wrong. Just trying to pass over information. All right, so don't worry too much. Hey, if I post something, if it's wrong, okay, don't worry about that too much. All right, if your intention is to share information, you never know who can take advantage of that. Wins does the Shockwave 15 have today, and the losses, so it gives us the win rate. Yeah, so Shockwave 15, feel free to track it. If I just traded Shockwave today, there were 3 opportunities on Shockwave. All right, let's do it real quick. Let's close this out. Close this out. Close this out. Okay, so let's go through it real quick. So maybe we'll start doing that every day. All right, so Shockwave. Opportunity number 1. Shockwave, trade 1. Trade 1. Okay, minus 1R. So you're risking 1, you lose your unit of risk. Number 2, Shockwave number 2. Okay. Trade 2. This one the calls come in here. It doesn't get stopped out, and it bleeds into this idea. So this is, you can think of it as opportunity number 2 as a scale out. So that's plus 1R minimum. And then if you take that other one as well, trade 3 plus 2R. Plus 2R and some change. Okay, but we'll just say 2R since it didn't get all the way up into here because you're always risking 1. So in a perfect world, if you just took those 3 trades and executed perfectly, right, you'll be up 2R. Okay, so you'll be up 2R. So you'll be up 2 units of reward. So your total amount of risk was you risked 3 units. So you risk 1 unit here. Okay, that came to fruition. You got stopped out. You risked 1 unit here. You hit reward. You risk 1 unit here again. You hit reward. All right, so that would be the Shockwave. Okay. If you see yesterday as well. Yesterday, 1, 2, 4 opportunities yesterday, 1 stop out. The day before, 1, and of course, out of the 3, 2 of them hit target. Day before, 3 opportunities, 1 TP, 1 scale out, 1 stop out. Here, 2 opportunities, hit TP here, hit TP, and this entire move. So what it's intended to do is to put you in position to catch those big moves. But you need to be disciplined in your risk management. You need to be disciplined in your take profit, just like anything else. If you want to work the system, you have to work it properly. All right? So that's basically how Shockwave did. On the individual names, it's through the roof. Okay? All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day of the week. Big question here today is, do we close above 200 MA? Do we close below it? And then we'll see how that unfolds tomorrow. So we can gap up, we can gap down. 200 MA will be on watch throughout the week, until the end of the week. All right, guys, make sure to like the video on your way out. Make sure to subscribe. If you're looking to take the next step, join the community, link pinned in the chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? Community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a